host, Michael Voss, Dragon of the Southern Tier. Happy to be here with you today. It is May 14th. My microphone is acting up again. I hope everyone can hear me all right. And Dal has already come out with a comment, and he says, all is well with the world. The sun is shining. The money still flows. We live and love in the land of milk and honey. Come on, man. It's another beautiful day in the empire. And generally, that is correct, except you just don't understand. Our southern border is fine. The inflation, not a problem. You just don't get it. At least that's what we keep getting told by Joe Biden, that everything's fantastic. The Biden administration, Democrats, America's fantastic. There's no problem with crime. There's no problem with fentanyl. There's no problem with the southern border and illegal immigration. It's all going fantastic. You just don't understand that. And they need to explain it to you about how good everything is. It's really terrifying when we think about it and how they repeatedly say these things to us. Even though when we look out, when we go to the store, when we talk with each other, it's just not true. Output's a little bit low. Okay, sound check. All right, folks, how's that? That should be maybe a little bit louder. Let me also move the microphone up a little bit. Could be the microphone, which seems to be acting up a little bit on my side. It could be my headphones. I don't know. So, folks, there's a lot that's going on right now. And it's really interesting to me to hear how America's going on. But before we do anything else, let me first start off. Hello, everybody. Thank you for joining us. This is No Soundbites Allowed. I'm your host, Michael Voss. And if it's the first time that you're seeing our channel, I want to welcome you and thank you for being part of the audience. Every Sunday at 2:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, we do a live stream with you. We go out and we talk about all the issues that are affecting every single one of us. And so we look forward to hearing what you have to say. There's a bunch of topics we want to talk about overseas, here in the United States, but at any time, from anywhere in the world, you can reach us like you're seeing Dow do right now on YouTube, on Facebook, on Twitter. You can leave your chats, but you can also call in to 607-242-9247. Our phone line is in and on so that we can take your phone calls anywhere in the world. Just call in and talk about whatever it is you think is important and isn't being talked about. Because we believe in the First Amendment. We believe in your right to free speech. We believe in hearing your voices. Even if you disagree with the channel, even if you disagree with me, I want to hear what you have to say. Because no one else is really trying to hear your voice. Now, on this channel, we normally start off with things like what's going on around the world, and then we get into what's happening domestically and how all of these things are affecting each and every one of us around the world. But I want to also go over some of the breaking news. Now, one of the first things that I do want to mention to you is that we are going to see, and it is, you're going to see in probably next week, June, you're going to see that there's going to be several changes on the channel. We're going to be moving locations. For a lot of reasons, we will no longer be in Broome County. We won't be in upstate New York. A lot of things are still in flux, so I can't tell you where we will be. But the show will continue to go on. As best as we can, always, we will continue to do this. So that's a little bit of housekeeping there. Also, we wanted to talk a little bit about the fact that there is here it is. There is some breaking news from earlier today. You may have heard that in Oxford, Massachusetts, there was a man who was carrying around a sword and he attacked a police officer today. So I am looking forward to hearing Boston, the state of Massachusetts, Democrats around this nation. I'm looking forward to seeing their sword ban because obviously knives are bad. So we have to get rid of knives. That includes, of course, the snake knife that you have in your house. If you have any utility knives, that would also have to be banned. It's the same thing that we see happening right now in the United Kingdom. they're banning all types of knives because obviously it's a weapon and it's dangerous and, deadly. So we have to get rid of that. We should also get rid of cars and hammers, nails, baseball bats, because these are all weapons that have been used to kill somebody. You just got to get rid of them all because that's the only way you'll be safe. And we want you to be safe. That's what the Democrats keep promising you. You're going to be safe. Just have to give up your right to own any property. You have to give up your rights to be able to protect yourself. You just have to give up everything. Because otherwise, some crazy person will actually use whatever, a knife, a sword, a gun, a car. They'll make a bomb out of household chemicals, and they will harm you. So you need the government to protect you. I mean, isn't that right? Isn't that what they're telling us? Tactical assault metallic implements must now be banned. If you want self-defense, you must use a wet noodle. That's pretty much true, Dow. I mean, that is the word that we are hearing now. Because there's no way to protect yourself. And by the way, the police officer protected himself with a gun. Oh my God. You're kidding me. So when the guy came after him with his sword, he didn't talk him down. He didn't use a car to run him over. He used a gun. Oh, wow. Logic. Logic is with us. Hello, Logic. Thank you for joining the program today. We're going to cover a lot of stuff. I know you're new on the program, but we cover a lot of stuff. I look forward to hearing any of your comments, whether you agree or disagree. So I think that's very important. How do we stop criminals? How do we stop violent criminals? Well, more often than not, it's often someone with a firearm that stops them. There's somewhere between 500,000 to 3 million defensive uses of a gun. That's a gun that is used to protect people every year in America. You know where I get that number from? From President Barack Obama. Because President Barack Obama did a study in 2013 and found out, oh yeah, Americans use guns at least as much, if not more, than criminals use guns to protect us. Because you can't have a police officer at every corner walking you from your house to wherever you're going and back again. We can't do it. Government can't be everywhere. You have to be able to protect yourself. And the government just doesn't want you to do that. And we see that, again, this is coming out of Oxford. It's just another example. Crazy people, people who are mentally deranged, people who are evil, will do evil things. That is just a reality. It has always been a reality. You can't legislate people to be good people. You can't do that. Bad people exist. They do bad things. They will do bad things with whatever weapon is at hand, if they even need a weapon. And you need to protect yourself. You have to be aware of that. And unless you want women to be completely defenseless, you want children to be completely defenseless, they want to make our schools completely defenseless because some crazy person is out there right now. They have a stick, they have a rock, they have a knife, they have a gun, they have something, and they're going to harm you. That's just a reality of the world. But they want you to be defenseless because you just don't understand. You just don't understand. God, it's so crazy to me. There is some other breaking news. Mike Bowie. Hello, Mike. It's good to see that you're here with us. Mike Bowie says, mandate masks and vaccines for our protection while bringing in 6 million unvaccinated illegal immigrants. Yeah, illegal aliens. That's it. I'm going to get to that. I'm going to get to the southern border. I definitely want to talk about that and what happened now that Title 42 is done, because we've been told it's not a problem. Yet again, we are hearing from the mainstream media that it's no longer a problem. You were worried about nothing. Joe Biden has it well in hand. It's all done. It's not a problem. This is coming from, I believe I have it from CBS, covering this, saying that, nope, it's not a problem. It's all okay. But I will get to that. Logic mentions it's definitely an interesting discussion. It's another societal issue that society needs to correct. Thinking that the government is just maybe treating the symptom instead of the root problem. Well, it's the do something logic. That's the mentality that we have right now. People get scared, people get worried, people say there's a problem. Politicians say we're going to do something. And what they do isn't effective. They kick the problem down the road. They do the bare minimum. They do just enough to say, look, we did something, which almost always is in their favor, that benefits their power, the ability for them to get reelected, the ability for them to remain in control, to make them public more dependent, and it doesn't actually solve the actual problem. We see this over and over again. And I point out gun control because it's one of the biggest and most obvious things. When we talk about violent crimes, like we keep seeing now, they keep telling us, well, violent crime is down. Really? Violent crime is down. You see this statistic, you hear this from pundits all the time. Violent crime is down versus 2020. See, that's the part they leave out. Versus 2020, when we had riots across the entire country, cities were being burned down, Antifa and BLM were killing people across this country. Yes, compared to 2020, crime is down. Compared to 2019, 2018, 2017, compared to everything except the country being held by autonomous zones, other than the riots of BLM and Antifa, yeah, we're still more violent. Crime has increased. It's just not as high as the peak. See, that's the fun thing they like to do right now. They like to keep telling us that things aren't as bad as the peak. Inflation isn't that bad because it was worse. So now it's good. No, it's still a problem. And, you look at your gas, you go to the gas pump right now, you're going to pay about 55% more than what you were paying in December of 2020. That's how much gas has gone up. You're on average, you're going to pay at least 55% more. But here's the thing. They'll tell you, well, it's not so bad. The price of gas has come down. It's not as bad. Well, that's because it's not at the peak when it was about 84% higher than what it was in December of 2020. See, that they like to play these numbers. They like to play these games. It's not that bad if you pick a specific time to compare it to. And you ignore the fact that, well, in 2019, 2018, when things were normal, they weren't this bad. It only looks better because things have been even worse. And they're getting worse still. We're going back to the peaks and making new peaks of problems. So that's interesting. Mike Marshall, a friend of mine, he's part of the Liberty First Foundation. You can see him on YouTube. I speak with him him and the Liberty First Foundation, I speak with them every Friday at 9 p.m. He published an interesting opinion on on the deficit and self-reliance. Well, yeah, I'm going to talk about that. Dow mentions he just filled up a 21-gallon tank at $3.69 a gallon compared to $45 in December of last year. Well, again, inflation is real. It exists. But yet we're told it's not that bad. You just don't understand. It's not as bad as the worst that it has been. That doesn't mean it's good. It just means that things have been worse and they're not improving. We just plateaued. Okay, so I wanted to bring up that to talk about something else. Because again, we're being told over and over again, guns are the problem. Well, here's another thing. Guns aren't the problem. It's the people, the firearms. See, we had, in the first bit of breaking news from earlier today, God, my microphone sounds so bad today. The Oxford police officer had to shoot someone with a sword. And then we see also today, just about an hour ago, news came out that Jay Morant, I don't know who this guy is. I don't know if his name is Ja Morant or Jay Morant. I don't know. He's basketball. I don't pay attention to basketball. He's on the Grizzlies. I don't know what state that is. It's one of the state teams. Okay. Jay Morant was suspended because he's running around in Denver. Oh, so this must be Colorado. He's running around in Denver with a gun, and he's flashing it to people on Instagram live. And by the way, this isn't the first time he did it. This is the second time that he's done it, if not more. So the problem, and there's the example. Look, I'm not going to begrudge the man to be able to have a firearm and defend himself. Not a problem. I believe in the Second Amendment. I'm not going to begrudge the man as a celebrity for some people. He's an entertainer, and he needs to protect himself against crazy people. I don't begrudge him that. I don't think he has to have a security team everywhere that he goes. But here's the thing. The problem isn't that he's armed. It's not that he has security. It's not that he's famous to various degrees and he needs to protect himself. The problem is that he's flashing around a gun like he's a thug in a gang on live stream, increasing the threat potential and endangering the lives of those around him because he's not properly using that firearm. See, that's the problem. He's the problem. He's the problem because he's abusing the self-defense. He's using this to threaten, intimidate, and recklessly endanger others. And that's the problem. See, but that's not what the media wants to tell you. They want to tell you he had a gun, so that's bad. He's a bad man because he had a gun. That's not the inherent problem. Hillary Clinton is surrounded by guns. Joe Biden is surrounded. AOC is surrounded by guns. Cori Bush spends $70,000 a year from your taxes that you pay every year for her security team. These people have guns and are surrounded by guns. The very people who are telling you you have to be defenseless are the very same people who have firearms themselves. That's not the problem. Isn't the firearm? It's the person. Every single time. The problem isn't that Jay Morant was armed. The problem is Jay Morant was improperly using that firearm. He wasn't trying to defend himself when he's flashing a gun around on live stream in a nightclub where I'm pretty sure he was probably drinking too. This is not the environment to go and show off your firearm and saying, "Oh, I'm a quick draw," or whatever it was he did. That's the problem. Hey, Bell and Bobby, good to see you with us. That is the problem. It's the person. At the core of this, it's the person. Because the firearm didn't go and jump into Jay Morant. I don't know what his name is. This basketball player's, a firearm didn't jump into his jacket, pull him out into the club, jump into his hand, forced his hand to wave it around so people would see it while forcing his other hand to live stream the firearm. The firearm didn't do that. That was Jay Morant. He's the problem. Now, whether or not, and I don't know, again, I know nothing about basketball. I don't care about entertainers. So he's getting suspended. I don't know if that's good. I don't know if that's bad. I don't know if that's normal, and I don't care. I don't care. What I care about is he's being a problem, and they're using him as an example to take away a woman's right to defend herself when a 5'2" woman is confronted by a 6'2" man who happens to outweigh her by about 50, 70 pounds, about half, maybe more of her own body weight. There is your problem. That's why I'm worried about it. It's Mother's Day. And let me say this again. It's not Birthing People's Day. It's not Breathing Day. It's Mother's Day. And you notice the left has nothing to say about it. This is the left. It's Mother's Day, and I want every mother to be happy today. I hope they're having great weather. I hope they're having a great time. I know that my mother is having a great day. I'm very happy about that. But the left, they want, remember, this was a year ago. They were telling us, you have birthing people. You don't have moms. I have a mom. I don't know what freak in nature has a birthing person, but I have a mom. And my mom, I'm hoping she has a great day. Birthing people, well, I don't know. Go to whatever planet you came from, and maybe they have a celebration for you. But my mom, this is Mother's Day, and they're having a great day. And again, this is the way that and I want my mom to be safe, because I was talking about guns, and I want to be very clear. My mother, my sisters, I want them safe. And I have told every woman I know, my mother, my sisters, girlfriends, extended family, everybody, I've told every woman I know, learn to use a firearm. Whether or not you want to carry one is a different question. But learn to effectively use a firearm, because a police officer can't be everywhere, and they can't always get there in time. And there are crazy people out in the world right now. Crazy people like in Oxford that are carrying swords and are driving cars. There are crazy people who are entertainers and think they can get away with anything. And you need to protect yourself, and the government can't be there. Logic mentions today's citizens don't want to accept personal responsibility to even govern their own lives. They'd rather hand it all to Big Daddy government, and that's the problem. You can't hand it off. We can't hand it off. Now, I don't know anything about this Jay Morant guy. I don't know. All of the details are still coming out about what happened in Oxford in Massachusetts. But what we can say is danger exists. Crime is higher than it was in 2019. It's not quite at the peak that it was at 2020 and 2021, but it's higher than it has been, and it is a problem. And part of the problem are people like Jay Morant and others who are abusing the system and abusing people's fear and abusing the fact that Democrats and progressives are trying to defund the police or redistribute the funding of the police, same difference. And they are leaving you defenseless. They want to make it criminal, like New York State, where it's criminal to have a bulletproof vest. Think about that for a second, folks. A bulletproof vest. If I have my bulletproof vest on right now, you wouldn't know. You would never be able to tell if I have a bulletproof vest on, because it is passive. I wear it often, especially when I go out to do live events. I wear my bulletproof vest. You will never know if I have a bulletproof vest on. It will never harm anyone unless you tried to hit me and you'd hit the vest, maybe break your fingers. That's about how deadly a bulletproof vest is. It's not going to jump out and go after you. It's like a firearm. It's passive. But yet it's a crime, because you're not supposed to defend yourself. This really upsets me. It really does. And again, it's Mother's Day. I want every mom to be safe. If that means my mom or your mom decides that she wants to wear a bulletproof vest, fantastic. God help the police officer that is around me trying to arrest my mother because she may or may not decide to wear a bulletproof vest or have a bulletproof purse or a bulletproof backpack. How dare you? How dare you try and endanger my mother? Don't try that crap around me. Or try and tell her she can't have a firearm to defend herself because some police officer that they fired is going to take at least 15 minutes to maybe show up and try and protect her. Think about it. If you're in the subway, and let's talk about Daniel Penny, the Marine from New York City, who, along with a black man who remains unnamed to this day, no one's talking about the black man that held down Jordan Neely. Somehow he doesn't exist. Wow, there's your race there's race relations in America. They are entirely ignoring and eliminating, erased out of history, the black man that held down Jordan Neely. Fine. Dan Perry was there, and he was trying to protect people on a subway car in New York City. It had an unfortunate outcome for Jordan Neely, a crazy, violent criminal. Do I feel bad for Jordan Neely? No, I don't. You might. I'm sure their family. I feel bad for his family. No one wants to see someone die. And I'm sure his family feels very bad about that. But Jordan Neely was a crazy, violent, repeat criminal. And so in the situation that we don't have video of, he was protecting people. Now, he could have used a gun, but he didn't. There were other people on that subway car. It's New York City. There are people with guns on New York City subways. Don't fool yourself to think that just because New York City, because Kathy Hochul says you can't have a gun, that people don't have guns in New York City. That's stupid. But no one pulled out the guns. They didn't shoot him down. They tried to subdue him. What if he wasn't there? Was there going to be a police officer there to protect people? It took 15 minutes. Think about it. It took 15 minutes with Jordan Neely and an unnamed black man that the media refuses to acknowledge exists, and a third person to hold down Jordan Neely in a subway car that was stopped in a station waiting for police to show up. And it took the police 15 minutes to get there. What if Jordan Neely was beating a woman? What if he was beating one of the women passengers in that car? It would have took a police officer 15 minutes, maybe even more. Because they stopped the subway car and they were holding down Neely and they had been calling 911. Think about it. What if it was just a black man? We see this all the time. Black men, we see a man, forget the color of the skin. It doesn't matter the color of skin. There are people get assaulted on the subway on a regular basis where guys are beating women. The subway car doesn't get stopped. The police never show up. And you're telling me that women shouldn't be able to defend themselves? Mothers shouldn't be able to defend themselves with a firearm? I'm sorry, I disagree with you. I disagree with that idea all 100%. Now, let me introduce and mention, if you think I am wrong, if you think I have misunderstood that this is, that somehow I'm missing something on that, if there's evidence otherwise, please call in to 607-242-9247. I will be more than happy to hear your voice. I will be more than happy to hear your argument and hear you tell me why I'm wrong. Not a problem. Because that's what the conversation's about. And I will treat you with great respect. That's the thing on this channel. As long as you are respectful, don't tell me I'm old, don't tell me that I'm evil, don't tell me that I'm gray. I know these things. I don't care. I don't care what your feelings are. But if you want to have the conversation, say, Mike, you just don't understand. Here's this evidence. Here's this reasoning. Here's some logic. Here's the conclusion that you're missing. I'll be happy and I will respectfully listen to you. If you're a member of an elected official of any, whether it's local, state, or federal level, and you disagree, you think I've misunderstood, misrepresented, fantastic. Do me a favor, call in. I'll give you as much time as you need to explain your position and to refute the evidence that I am able to provide. I'll be more than happy to do that. I say that every single episode. It's 5 years and 20. This is the 5th year, 20th episode. And I keep saying this. Your elected official, call in. I'll give you as much time as you need. I'm not MSNBC. You're not going to get cut off. You're not going to be on for a minute and a half. I will let you speak. And yet they never call in. But, I mean, really, people, let's think about these things. So that's some of the breaking news coming out today. An entertainer was stupid, and they're being punished, and people are freaking out. Meanwhile, a cop took a dangerous person off of the streets. That's not getting a whole lot of attention. Do you see the priority there? Do you notice the priority the media, the news media is trying to put in front of you? Oh, the entertainer's the big deal. Not that a cop protected the public by taking a crazy person off of the streets. Okay. There's so many ways to look at this. It's so very interesting. By the way, it's also breaking news. It came out yesterday, that I know all the black people in America were planning to move to California to be insta-rich. Because I know every black person in America said, well, wait a minute, California, they want to give away billions of dollars to people just because of the color of their skin. It's a free-for-all. It's like winning the lottery. And you thought you could go to California and you'd be able to get a free ticket. You'd win the lottery because they were going to give you millions to billions of dollars, hundreds of thousands of dollars because of the color of your skin. Sorry, not going to happen. According to California State Senator Stephen Bradford, really, this is bugging me. This has got to be my headphone. It's just falling apart. According to California State Senator Stephen Bradford, who is a member of the state's reparations task force, the $1.2 million for each and every black resident is not going to happen. You're not going to get the money. You did not win. The lottery is over. You lost. And in other words, the California members of the elected officials of California lied. They lied to the public. They knew that no matter what they decided about the reparations, the hundreds of thousands, the millions, the tens of millions of dollars that they wanted to give to each and every black person because of the color of their skin was never going to happen. And now they get to blame that on anyone and everyone else. They're going to blame this on, of course, Republicans. But the whole thing is a setup. It was never going to happen. California is, $30 billion in debt? They can't afford. Now, that's billions with a B. The United States is $31 trillion in debt. But California doesn't have the money. They never had the money. They are in debt. And no one is going to give them money just so that they can give it out to people with a permanent suntan. It's not going to happen. Plus, there's no reason for it. California wasn't a slave state. What's the reparations for? But even with that, even if you take away the fact that California never had any slaves, take away the fact that let's think about it, California can't afford it. They knew they would never be able to afford it. They knew that no matter what they decided, no matter what the dollar amount would be, they were never going to pay it. That means this was a setup. This was meant to emotionally manipulate black people and Hispanic people and make them think they were going to get free money. And everyone loves free money. And because you thought you were going to get free money, and now you're not going to get free money, well, someone is to blame. This is somebody's fault. Who took away your free money? Well, now the Democrats are going to say, well, it was the Republicans. Those evil Republicans took away the money that we could never afford to pay you. And that's how they set you up. And now you go, well, I have to vote for Democrats now to make sure they're going to stay in office. How dare you? Let me make sure those evil Republicans never get reelected because they took away my free money that you could never get in the first place. You were never going to get the reparations from California. It was never going to happen. This is the media using you. It's no different than when they tell you that, you're going to be safe in the subway because the police will come and help you. They're going to be right there. Don't worry, it'll take a minute, 2. It's going to take 3 minutes. No, it takes 15 if they show up. If they show up, it'll take at least 15 minutes because they defunded the police, because they reallocated the funding for the police. They revisioned the police force so that you'd be better protected by having less people actually doing the job. Again, they are playing games, making your life more dangerous. Well, yeah, Mike, I have a permanent suntan. I have the best suntan. And, people spend $3,000 a year to go on a vacation to get a suntan. I wake up in the morning, I got a suntan. It's fantastic. Cost me nothing. It's fantastic. I enjoy it. I'd say give it a try, but, the fact that you're born already means it's too late. So anyway, but yes, the permanent suntan, that's it. But, so that's some of the breaking news that's been going on. I think it's important to have these conversations to point out you don't have birthing people, you have parents. And in particular, one of your parents is your mom. So say Happy Mother's Day. Don't call her a birthing person. And, I would expect that if you do, you'll get smacked or something because it's stupid. It's disrespectful. Even the Young Turks, Anna Kasparian, even she's willing to admit it's disrespectful to women. It's dehumanizing to women to call them birthing people. If you don't say to your mom and everybody that is alive today, everyone in the world has a mom. And maybe it's a good mom, maybe it's a bad mom, I don't know. Human beings are different, but everyone has a mom. And to call your mom a birthing person is disrespectful to your mom and the human race. But that's just my thoughts. Maybe you think I'm wrong. So again, if you're new to the show, one of the things we like to do is to talk about what happens internationally and how it's affecting us here nationally. See, this is important because if, as an example, in 2019, 2020, when they were having the presidential debates, did you notice that they cut out international policy? It's a big deal because it's absolutely affecting every single American. It affects our economy. It affects our safety, whether you're on vacation or you're on business or you're part of the military. If you're overseas, you're a target if you're an American. If you're doing business, the cost of that business is affected by what we're doing with international policy. So this is important. And obviously, as the largest economy in the world and largest military in the world, we affect every other nation. So it goes back and forth, chicken before the egg. And maybe if we heard about Biden's international policy, we wouldn't have elected him, and therefore 5,000 Americans in Afghanistan would be home with their moms today. The moms in Ukraine, 10,000 Americans in Ukraine were abandoned by Joe Biden. And you saw him tell you that live in February 2022, a year ago. And now there's another 15,000 Americans in the Sudan on their own. How many moms are having their Mother's Day today? They're an American in the Sudan trying to figure out how to get out of Africa to get back home as warlords are destroying their country again. It's not like it's a new thing. We expect this. Sudan got a little bit calm. Now they're having warlord versus warlord. They're fighting again. And there's 15,000 Americans, including moms, including children, that are trying to figure out how to get home. And Joe Biden has gone, Sudan? I don't even remember that place. Did you notice they stopped talking about it in the news? Did you notice that after they got 300 Americans home, at the same time that 2,200 United Kingdom British and people were able to get home. The British came in, they got 2,200 of their people. The Indian government got 2,400 of their people out. Joe Biden got 300 Americans out. Oh, they didn't want to tell you that. And now they don't talk about it at all. They have now put the Sudan in the same box as Afghanistan and the Americans in Ukraine. It's in a box, locked up, thrown off a bridge, and they don't want to talk about it anymore. Those are the moms we should be talking about today. The moms in Afghanistan, the moms in Ukraine, the moms in Sudan, and in particular, the moms that are American in those countries that Joe Biden abandoned. News media, you're not going to see that on CNN. MSNBC will never mention that. You're not going to see that on ABC, CBS. The New York Times is not going to tell you how many moms the Biden-Harris administration have abandoned in at least those 3 countries. God knows what about everywhere else. They will not mention any of those moms. They won't talk to you about those birthing people. Nope. They're just going to ignore it and say it doesn't exist and we're not talking about that. We have something else to talk about. We're going to talk about something entirely different. Okay. Just so you understand that. So let me go on. Hang on a second. My microphone is driving me nuts, folks. Okay. Oh, wait a minute. That's it. Is that it? 1, 2, 3. Nope. Oh, that's it. It's my headphone. Okay. So, and by the way, again, if you disagree, you can call into 607-242-9247 at any point and tell me, Mike, you just got it wrong. Okay. I'll hear you out. So I wanted to talk about overseas. In particular, I wanted to talk about South Africa. Now, I know Dal will get all juicy about this. He loves this. But South Africa is not a friend of the United States. It seems like we are seeing the world militarize. I've talked about this for a year now, that we are seeing nations around the world, Guam, Iceland, Japan, South Korea, the world is militarizing. That is a fact. That's because they don't trust America anymore. Fantastic. We know this. And one of the countries that we have called an ally, one of the countries that we rely on is in Africa. In fact, it is South Africa. After apartheid, the United States, when the government changed, the United States was very friendly. Well, we said we were very friendly with South Africa. Fantastic. And we started doing business deals with them. And they gave us Elon Musk. I know all the people on the left are going, oh my God, I hate Elon Musk. Elon Musk, evil. Yeah, okay, whatever. But we got Elon Musk, an actual African American. And he helped us out. You know, we got Tesla. We got Twitter, a better Twitter, maybe. We'll talk about that in a second. So we got Elon in the deal, and they got to have some international trade, and they got rid of apartheid. Fantastic. Okay. Except they're not really our allies. People aren't thinking about this. Did you forget, because I didn't, but the news media seems to, that back in February, according to the BBC, South Africa was working with Russia and China, that they were having military exercises with Russia and China. China that hates America, Russia that hates America. South Africa was working with them. Now you said, well, Mike, maybe they were having one military exercise. It's South Africa. What's the big deal? It's another country that is working against the United States. It's another country that is lining up with Russia, China, North Korea, Iran. The dividing line in the world is being set up. The chess pieces are being laid. This is a big deal because I believe by 2027, there will be another regional war, not World War III. There's already a war in West Europe. There's going to be a war in Southeast Asia. Japan thinks so. That's why they're building an army with $325 billion. That's why North Korea is building up weapons and planning to build nukes. We know that the war is planned It is. People are acting like they are getting ready to go to war. And therefore, South Africa is important because South Africa is yet another country where we have to be concerned. It's another country that is giving support to Russia, to China, to North Korea, to Iran, not the United States. It is another place that we have to be worried about doing business with. It is another country that has individuals that are against the United States. It's a big deal. And here we knew this. We knew that they are working against us. And now we find out it's not just that they're doing military exercises with South Africa. They're giving them, with Russia, they're giving weapons to Russia. That puts them at the same level as Iran. They're supplying weapons. Now, this is according to U.S. Ambassador Ruben E. Brigitte. I think that's how you pronounce his name. Brigitte. It's a weird name. I'm going to call him Brigitte until someone corrects me. Ambassador Brigitte came out this was on NBC. It was covered by NBC. And he said that, and I think I have this highlighted here. Nope, I don't. I thought I did. He said, here it is. So Ambassador Brigitte said, he calls this fundamentally unacceptable that South Africa is providing weapons for Russia. And he said he would, quote, bet his life on the accuracy of this. Quoting himself, he's willing to bet his life that South Africa is giving weapons to Russia, in part to fight the Ukraine, but more importantly, to tell Russia and China that South Africa is on their side, not on Joe Biden's side. Remember earlier we've covered that France, after having a meeting with China, said they're on China's side, that they want Europe to pick China's side, not to be supporting the United States, not to back up the United States, and in particular Joe Biden, that we should abandon. This is what President Macron of France said, that Europe should just abandon America and American issues and support China. This is what you call a regime change. This is the world realigning itself. I was having this conversation with the Liberty First Foundation. I think I was talking with Larry Sharp about this on Monday to a degree. And the thing is, this is the world changing before our eyes. And the problem is, America's not the top dog in that change. We have nations and nations and nations lining up militarily as well as economically against us. And they are trying to support China to replace us. And God help us. I don't care if you love America, which you should, or you hate America, which you shouldn't, but you are not prepared for what happens to America if the world stops using the dollar and we are not recognized as the top superpower in the world. If that happens, we become a banana republic. We're talking about poverty at levels that the Great Depression would look like a good day compared to. This is why it's important. I know a lot of people look at this and they say, hey, no, God, Mike Bowie says maybe we should sell Kamala there. No, God help me, no. You send Kamala Harris to South Africa and they'll bring back apartheid. She's horrendous. Do not send, I don't know what Kamala is doing, which is nothing. Let her keep doing nothing nowhere. The less that woman speaks publicly anywhere about anything, the better it is. But my point is, and I'm going to go back to the comments, and I know Dal has a lot to say about this, but my point is, this is an example of how we are losing respect and power in the world, and that is a negative. That hurts us. At the end of the day, that will make our lives worse, not better. We are less safe. We have less economic power. We have less political power because no one respects Joe Biden or Kamala Harris, and they're lining up against America. You're seeing that with France. You're seeing that with South Africa. It's getting bad. We've already have bad relations with China, with Japan, with South Korea, with Israel. We have bad relations because of Joe Biden. We can't keep doing this, folks. This is going to hurt us. Let me go to some of the comments here about this. Dow says South Africa, they like the people well enough, but the country as a whole and our government, they despise us. Most of it stems from American economic abandonment during the big push for the abolishment of apartheid. The main company that didn't leave that they do love is Coca-Cola. Well, America has a very weird relationship with South Africa. I mean, I remember in the 80s when the United States was divesting itself because of apartheid. The United States helped basically fight slavery in South Africa in the 1980s. It's one of the last countries where we were fighting against slavery. And then slavery became human trafficking. But slavery itself, which was called apartheid, which most of the people watching the show today are too young to remember. I was alive then. Most people aren't. I was in college then. Most people were not yet born. So I remember this battle. But the thing is that during the fight to end apartheid, which is basically slavery, the United States did the bare minimum. The country, not the people, the government of the United States did the absolute bare minimum to support getting rid of apartheid. The radicals, the revolutionaries, the ANC, the African National Committee, or African National Council, I forget what the C stands for, were the guys who were fighting against apartheid in Africa. And they were getting support from Russia. They never forgot that. They're the guys who are in charge of South Africa now. And they don't like America. They don't like American businesses, but they do like Russia. So that's where the roots of this come from. This comes from bad political decisions back in the past. But that's the same reasoning and the same kind of connections that we see throughout South America. Russia and China have been helping South America to an extent, and America has been abandoning them. We have the wrong outlook, and we are being isolated slowly and surely, nation by nation. Lula in Brazil is aligned with China, not the United States. That's a big chunk of South America. Venezuela is communist. They're more aligned with Russia than the United States. That's a lot of oil. We have South Africa picking to be on the side of Russia. You have most of the Western Africa is aligned with China. That's all the heavy metals for green energy, solar panels and wind panels. Remember that? We are becoming isolated, whether we like it or not, and not in a good way. Let's see. Dow mentions, I took a lot of heat for being American in South Africa. When I would explain Liberty First principles of our founding to South Africans, and then they explained what they had seen in the news and were convinced that either A, Americans were lying, or B, Americans didn't have as much control over their government as media presented. Well, I understand that. You know, I had a similar thing happen to me, Dow. When I was in Moscow, for people who've never seen the channel before or haven't heard me speak, I lived in Moscow back in 91. I was there when the coup attempt, when Gorbachev was captured and the hardline communists tried to take over Russia, the Soviet Union at the time. Yeah, I was there. I was on the streets, living there every day. And it's much the same thing. Many of the people in Russia, they looked at me and they said, you can't be an American. Why? Because you're black. you're black and you speak Russian. You can't be an American. You have to be from Africa. You have to be from South America because American blacks are criminals. There is a big difference between perception and reality, and it's very difficult for people to get it because we're relying on someone else to give us the information. That's why I'm trying to show you the links of all the information I'm talking about. Not just giving you the quotes, not even talking about the stories that the rest of the mainstream media is trying to bury. And I'm going to the left-wing news media so that you can see what they are saying and to understand how they are manipulating you. Because I don't expect the conversation to end with me. I expect it to keep on going. Mike Bowie mentions that Invictus in 2009 was a great Clint Eastwood movie about apartheid. Yeah, that was in 2009 when it was popular to make movies and to talk about that history. In 1980, 1986, not so much. In 1986, it wasn't very popular. The government was kind of standing in the way, and they really didn't want to support fighting against apartheid. That came from colleges, it came from the youth, yes, mostly. It was back when Hollywood had some balls, and I think it was Lethal Weapon 2 that they focused on the South Africans as being bad guys in apartheid. A couple of movies came out with that as a theme. But it wasn't until it was all said and done and the winners had already been picked before Hollywood jumped on and said, oh, look, see, this is such a great story. Apartheid, so bad. Yeah, they had very little to say when it actually existed. They were making money off of it for decades until someone said, well, this is bad. But the bigger thing is, and we can talk about apartheid and slavery and nowadays human trafficking because they're all the same thing. They're all the same thing. Apartheid and slavery is human trafficking to me. You may disagree. I equate them as being the same thing. We haven't defeated slavery in the world. We have not. And slavery isn't an American thing. We keep mentioning it like that. Like slavery only happens in America. That's not true. And slavery was defeated around the world because America in the 1860s had a war. No, that's not true. When they say when you hear someone say about sex trafficking, when you hear them say child trafficking, you hear them say human trafficking, that is just a modern, nice way of saying slavery. It's kind of like calling a janitor a maintenance engineer. It sounds nice because snowflakes need things that sound nice. They can't deal with just reality. You're a janitor. Well, I'm a maintenance engineer. Well, yeah, that sounds a lot nicer when you're trying to pick up a girl at a bar, but you're a janitor. There's nothing wrong with being a janitor. It's a good job. Someone has to do it, and I have no problem with people getting paid to get to do that. But you're not a sanitation engineer. You're a garbage man. Let's call it what it is. And human trafficking is slavery. Let's call it what it is. It hasn't ended in the world. In fact, there are more slaves today than in the 1860s. And they exist in America. They're just not defined by the color of their skin. They're illegal immigrants. They're women, they're children. They're people that we don't talk about. Let's be honest about these things. Because the more we're not honest about it, the less we fix. The more we get manipulated. The more someone will turn around and say, hey, I've got free stuff for you that you will never, ever get because this is a setup. Because you're being set up to be used. Just like in California. So that just got me really interesting that we are seeing this live before our eyes. South Africa is picking. They're doing military exercises with China and with Russia. They're picking sides with them. We're listening to France say they're picking sides with China. We are watching countries pick sides, and many of them are not America, especially under a Joe Biden, Kamala Harris administration. We're in trouble, folks. We need to right this ship. We need to change this. Now, I know that it makes you think that I'm going to start talking about CNN and Trump, which we will get to. We will get to that. I will talk about CNN and Trump a little bit later in the show. But before I get to that, let me just mention something else that I think is very important. Did you know that in Virginia, a law was found, a judgment, there was a case that was very important, and nobody in the news media wanted to tell you that it existed. Okay? The case is Fraser versus Bureau of Alcohol and Tobacco. It's Fraser versus the ATF. And I would love to show you some of the left-leaning news media coverage on this, but there isn't any. See, again, this is why you can't trust the news media. This is how we know that the news media is biased, that they are manipulating you to help a political outcome. This is an important case. You've heard Joe Biden say, you've heard Democrats and progressives say that we need to raise the age limit of owning a gun. You need to be 21. You need to be 25. You can't have an AR-15. You can't have any kind of semi-automatic gun. You can't have a magazine. They want to ban all kinds of guns. They're trying to come up with every restriction they can think of to prevent you from being able to defend yourself. One of the ideas that they came up with was that, okay, if you're not 21, you can't buy a firearm. That's women, men, everyone. So think about it. You're an 18, let's say 19-year-old girl who is going to college or working at a job. You're coming home late at night because you're studying or because you worked a late shift, and you're coming home by yourself, and you need to protect yourself because crime is up. It may not be up as much as it was in 2020, but it's up more than it was in 2019. Crime is up. Women are being assaulted, and you want to protect yourself. You're a mom, and you want to protect yourself as you're coming home from work. And you happen to be 19. According to the ATF, you can't own a gun. The ATF said, you're not 21, you can't protect your home, your children, you can't protect yourself. That's it, because you're not 21. But you're 18. You're old enough to go to war. You're old enough to join the military. You're old enough to sign a contract to take a loan out, whether it's for college or to buy a house or to buy a car. You can vote. You're an adult. You are a legal adult. And their answer is, hang on one second. Their answer, the ATF was saying, you don't have any rights. You don't have any rights because they said so. The ATF, that's illegal. That's unconstitutional. And you have a right to refuse that because they can't take away constitutional rights from adults. One, it's the ATF. They don't have any power at all. They're the ATF, an agency of the government. They don't have power. But they like to think they have power. And because they have a title and because the news media doesn't call them out, they think they can tell you what you can and cannot do. That's not true. And so Fraser, in the case, Fraser versus Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms, the ATF, they said, an 18-year-old guy said, I want to buy a firearm. They said no. The ATF said, I can't. That violates the Second Amendment. Well, a judge actually said, you're wrong. You can't do that. That is unconstitutional. You are an adult. You are a legal adult. You are 18. You can go to war. You can die. You can fight for our nation. You can buy a house. You can pay for college. If you're old enough to do the things adults do, you are removed from the roles of everything. If you're tried for a crime at 18, you're an adult, not a juvenile. Everything changes. Therefore, you get the Second Amendment. This is a big deal. It destroys a lot of the restrictions on the Second Amendment that progressives like AOC and Biden and Maxine Waters, Sheila Jackson Lee, that they want to take away from you. Did you notice the left news media had nothing to say about this? They did not want to tell you that. Because one, it's affirming that you have rights, that the ATF doesn't have rights, that you are more powerful than the ATF. So there's the first reason why they didn't want to tell you about this. Second reason is at 18, you're an adult. Remember, the news, they don't want you to think that. You can make decisions for yourself, and therefore you have rights. Your constitutional rights exist for every adult. Absolutely. When you're 18, you have the right of free speech. You have the right to privacy. You have the right to have self-defense. You have these rights automatically, instantly, as soon as you become an adult. And in America, that's 18. A judge could understand that. It's pretty straightforward. The Constitution says it. But somehow the Biden administration, the progressives out there, just don't understand. Maxine Waters, Sheila Jackson Lee, they just don't get it. They're like, what do you mean? Just because you're 18 doesn't mean you're an adult, unless you want to chop off your genitals. See, that means you can make that decision at the age of 8. Does this make sense to anyone? Think about it. Democrats will tell you, the progressives will tell you that at the age of 8, you can chop off your genitals. You can make the decision to irrevocably change your body for life at the age of 8. But you can't, and you should be able to vote. These same progressives say you should be able to vote at the age of 16. But you're not an adult enough to own a firearm until you're 25. Does that sound like they're just manipulating you? Does that sound like they're just using people and taking advantage of them based on their youth and their age? Because that's what it sounds like to me. And now they get called out. In this one case, Fraser versus Fraser versus ATF, the truth is put in front of you. You're 18. You have all the constitutional rights. You never hear them say that. You never hear progressives say, you're 18, so you have all of the constitutional rights. They're all yours. They don't like to say that. They want you to think that you're subservient. They want you to think that, no, but you don't get to make choices. You're still on your parents' health care. You're still living in your parents' house. You're still a dependent. No, you're an adult. You're responsible for yourself at 18. No matter how people may want to help you, it's your life. You're 18. You're an adult. And therefore, the Constitution's in your favor. They forgot to mention that in the progressives when they were teaching these kids. Too busy trying to convince them about critical race theory. Maybe that took up the time. And so I think this is important. I think this is a big deal. If you believe in the Second Amendment, and I do, if you believe in protecting women, and I do, if you believe in being able to lower crime, and I do, this is important because the government, an agency of the government, this isn't Congress making this decision. This isn't something that was voted on in the Senate. The ATF does not get to decide what you can and can't do with your life. And the rest of the mainstream news media doesn't want to tell you. They want you to think you don't have a choice. If you did not hear about the Virginia case called Fraser versus the ATF from your mainstream news media, if it wasn't told to you by CNN, MSNBC, ABC, CBS, if the New York Times isn't covering this, I have to ask you, why not? This is about gun control. It's one of the big issues that they want to have in 2024. This is going to be an issue that's going to be on the ballot. This is an issue that we're talking about constantly. Sheila Jackson Lee is constantly trying to revoke the Second Amendment. Constantly. Maxine Waters is constantly trying to break the Second Amendment. They are trying to pass laws year after year constantly about gun control firearms. They're putting out a gun ban right now. This is affecting your life. And criminals are going, yeah, take away the guns from all the people. Because the criminals don't care. The criminals and the crazies don't care. That's why first thing we're talking about today is some crazy guy with a sword is running around Oxford trying to harm people because crazy people don't care. And the criminals are happy when you are defenseless. And this is why the news media, the major news media, did not want to tell you that this week it all changed. That all of a sudden, 18-year-olds can buy a firearm to defend themselves because they are an adult and because they have all of the rights from the Constitution. It's all automatically there. And the news media doesn't want you to know that. Dow says 18 is the age of a majority, period, which is what I say. I don't mind, and Dow goes on to say, I'm of the mind that if you want better, smarter 18-year-olds, then you need to ensure that the child grows up understanding responsibilities and expectations of being an adult. I agree with that 110%. I think if you're 18, you should be able to drink. Now, let me be clear on this. Let me be clear on this because I know sometimes people misunderstand what I'm saying when I say that, okay? If you are old enough to join the Marine Corps or the military in general, and you are able to fight in Somalia or Afghanistan, Iraq, Syria, in the Sudan, if you can be used by the government to fight a war and die, you're old enough to drink. You're old enough to vote. You're old enough to drive a car, to rent a car, to do anything and everything adults do. If I am old enough to volunteer, to by my own decision, go in and sign up like I did for the Marine Corps, then and put my life on the line, there is nothing else that I cannot do. If I can do that for my country, then I'm an adult. And I believe that. But the left does not believe that. The left compartmentalizes because it doesn't make sense what they're doing. They don't want you to wait to be 18 to chop off your genitals. They want you to do it at 8. Why would they want to do that? If they're saying that you're not an adult and you don't have the rights of an adult, why would they ask you to chop off your genitals at the age of 8? Because it's an advantage for them. Because it makes you dependent on them. Oh, they don't want you to be able to defend yourself. They don't want young women in the workplace or at college to be able to defend themselves. Why? Because now you have to depend on the government. Because you have to rely on some politician passing a law that may or may not, and probably not, will defend you from criminals and crazies. It's because if they keep playing and shifting it around, you won't remember, when do my rights kick in? What rights do I have? What privileges do I have? Who has control of my life? The ATF, the EPA, Congress, or me? And the answer ultimately in all those cases is you. You have control of your life. At 18, you're an adult. And this is why they like to play with this. That's why they keep switching things. And they have different numbers. Oh, you have to be 18 to be able to own a rifle, but you got to be 21 to own a handgun. And we want to make that 25, but you can chop off your genitals at 8. And you can vote at 16. Does anyone actually pay attention to what they are saying with these things? It doesn't make any sense. unless you understand that the reason why they have this jumbled puzzle, this jigsaw puzzle of different ages and times and categories, is only so that you will be confused. You won't realize that you have rights and privileges, that you are more powerful than the ATF, you're more powerful than the EPA, you're more powerful than Congress. You, in fact, are the government. They don't want you to think that. They want you to obey. They want you to fall in line. And if there's anyone that disputes this, that disagrees with me on this, 607-242-9247. You can call in right now from anywhere in the world and tell me, no, Mike, you don't understand. The reason why you have to be 18 to own a firearm, but 21 to own a handgun, let me explain the difference here. Even though you can go and die in the Sudan fighting for the United States right now. You can go die in Syria right now for the United States. But there's a difference between owning a rifle and a handgun of 3 years. Please, anywhere in the world you want to call in, tell me why. Yes, Jan. And to answer a question of Jan in reference to the illegal aliens, which I will be getting to next, and then we'll talk about Trump and CNN. But I was going to talk about the illegal aliens after I got done talking about this gun bill. Yeah, I did find out, and just to let people know, heads up on this, New York City, they're kicking people out of hotels in New York City for the illegal aliens. By the way, there is no problem with illegal aliens. There is no crisis at the border. There's no crisis at the border. Right? This is a news flash. It's coming out in the news right now. There is no crisis at the border. Title 42 is removed and everything is perfectly fine. But if you happen to be in a hotel, a 3-star, 4-star hotel in New York City and around the country, they're kicking you out so that illegal aliens can take your space. Even if it's for your wedding. Even if you have a reservation, you're kicked out. Illegal aliens are taking your place. Don't worry, the government's paying for it. It's coming out of your taxes, but it's not a problem. Yeah, I heard about that, Jan. By the way, Jan, thank you for being on the channel and leaving a comment. Oh, matter of fact, I should check on... We should be, by the way...
It's a neighborly day in this beautiful wood. A neighborly day for beauty.
This should be... Yeah, we are live on Rumble right now, just so everyone knows. Hello, Rumble. So, when I inevitably get kicked off of YouTube because they don't like someone telling you the truth, telling you that you have rights, that you have the power, that you are in charge of the government, that the Constitution actually applies to you from 18 and above, and they don't get to pick and choose which one they want to take away, guess what? They're going to kick me off of YouTube at some point. They've been suppressing this channel for a long time. By the way, if you have found this to be entertaining, informative, educational, whatever the case may be, please like, share, subscribe. That's it. That's all we ask for. Like, share, subscribe. To let more people hear about us from around the world and to have more conversations across the world. We have over 100 countries that watch this program on any given week. We have people in Sweden, India, Peru, United Kingdom, Canada, Mexico, just a couple places off the top of my head that I remember, that we have people who watch this program and sometimes are able to communicate. We want to reach more countries. We want to reach more people. Please like, share, and subscribe. And if you really are enjoying it, donate. Donate $1. Donate 50 cents. I understand there's inflation out there. And I know they're shutting down places like BuzzFeed and CNN. They're all cutting, but it's expensive. It's hard to do this. If you want to donate $1, you want to donate 50 cents, fantastic. Thank you. The link is there in the description. But, I think it's very important. IDs, think about it. They want to be able to have, you don't need an ID to be an illegal alien of any age to enter America, and you'll be taken care of. Okay? So you can be a child who has suffered abuse, and it is child abuse. Let's call it what it is. It's kind of like slavery. Let's call it what it is. You sent a child by themselves 2,000 miles. They have to walk 1,000, 2,000 miles on their own to go into a foreign country where they don't know anyone because they'll be okay. That's child abuse. That is called child abuse. In most parts of America, you can't send your kid to a grocery store that's a mile away by themselves, depending on their age. That would be considered a crime, and Child Protective Services of many states will come and take your child away from you for doing that. And we're talking about these people are sending their kids by themselves on 1,000, 2,000 mile treks, surrounded by slavers, drug gangs, and some of the worst people, abusers you can name. So you come into America, and we are going to assign you rights that we won't even give Americans. I mean, think about it. Francesco Oropeza, did you forget that news story? That's the illegal immigrant who had been kicked out of America 4 times. His 5th time back, he gets a gun. He happens to get a firearm that is a rifle that they want to call an assault weapon. It's a rifle, which is illegal. He has a job. That's illegal. He's in a house, and he goes and kills 5 people, including an 8-year-old. This is because they're giving him rights, because they're ignoring the fact that he does not have a right to be in America. He does not have a right to have a job in America. He didn't have a right to be able to own a firearm in America because he's not an American, because he broke all of our laws. And if they were actually paying attention to the laws and enforcing the law and enforcing our rights, guess what? 18-year-olds would be able to be armed, and Francesco Oropeza would never come into America, and that family, more importantly, that 9-year-old child would still be alive today. And instead of doing that, instead of trying to protect American citizens or anyone in this nation, because theoretically the person that Francisco Oropeza killed were a illegal immigrant family. I don't care. I don't care who he killed. He shouldn't have been able to kill anyone. He shouldn't have been in the country, and he shouldn't have been able to get a firearm, not because you shouldn't have guns. It's because he's a criminal. Because he doesn't belong here. They want to focus on, see, he got a gun. He's illegal to start with. It was a crime for him to be here. It was a crime for him to have the firearm. And the fact that he used that firearm in a criminal way is the only logical thing in there. He's a repeat criminal, and he's committing multiple crimes, all of them felonies. Are you surprised that it winds up that he does a violent felony as well? No. That's the only logical outcome there, is that he's criminal and keeps on doing crimes. Of course he's going to continue to commit crimes. But they want you to focus on, it's the gun. The gun's the bad guy. If we just raise the age limit and ban all the guns that look, if it's in a movie, we just ban all the guns that have ever shown up in a movie. And if we raise the age limit to like 95, everybody's going to be safe. Because criminals pay attention to that. Because Francisco Oropeza paid attention to that. Because the guy in Oxford, Massachusetts, running around with a sword pays attention to that. Because Dwayne Brooks paid attention to how to use a car as he ran over a parade a year ago on Thanksgiving. No. And we're making the situation worse because, as I was about to say, it's illegal immigration. We are actively, New York City, Eric Eric Adams, the practical progressive. This is how he described himself day one on CNN. He walked onto the CNN and said, hey, you just won the mayor of New York City. And he said, I'm a practical progressive. Okay, so this is the practical progressive outlook. And the answer is to make New York City a sanctuary city, which means they are violating the law. They're breaking the law on purpose. They're going to break the law. They're going to invite illegal aliens, criminals, to come into New York City. You're inviting people who are breaking our federal laws to come into the city. When the people showed up, he's going to treat them just like we treat illegal aliens in Martha's Vineyard. Oh, did you forget about Martha's Vineyard? I didn't. We treat them just like we treated the illegal aliens in Martha's Vineyard, which means get them the hell out. Send them anywhere else. Now, that takes a little bit of time because Martha's Vineyard is very small and very rich. I mean, Obama lives there. And so if Obama's there and his rich friends are there, well, they can afford to kick people out overnight. But what they do instead, in this case, in New York City, is it takes a little bit of time. He's got paperwork that he's got to do. So they are kicking out people in their weddings. They're kicking out the homeless. They are buying up 3- and 4-star hotels, spending $60,000. I want to be very clear. $60,000 per illegal alien. I can guarantee you, based on the statistics, about half my audience isn't making $60,000. Just by the numbers. The average person in America is making about $35,000. If you're in another country, you're probably not even making that much. The average person in other countries, I believe, make closer to about $20,000 or less a year, depending on which country you're in. So we're paying them about double. Eric Adams, the progressive movement, are paying about double. And the same thing's happening in Chicago. It's happening in Baltimore. It's happening in Seattle, Portland, L.A. All of the left-leaning strongholds, they're all paying for this. They're paying for 3- and 4-star hotels. They're spending $60,000, double what you make in a year on these illegal aliens. This is all coming from your tax money. And then when they can't afford it anymore, they're pushing the problem over to you. The answer to the problem is it's now your problem. They do the same thing they did in Martha's Vineyard. And this is why Broome County in New York State, this is where I live at the moment. I'll be moving, but this is where I live at the moment. And Broome County had no answer but to say no. Jason Garnar, who I know, County Executive Jason Garnar, who I've known for many years, is a Democrat. He's always been a Democrat. He's very proud to be a Democrat, and he is the county executive. And he is looking at Eric Adams, the progressive, taking a bunch of illegal aliens and sending them to New York State. He's using, think about it, Eric Adams he's part of making New York City and New York State a sanctuary, breaking the law. He invited the illegal aliens into our state. He's spending your tax money in more than he is spending on anything else. He is spending double what you make in a year on these illegal aliens to live in hotels that are probably nicer than many people's homes. And when he maxes that out, he's going to send them to other counties like Rockland County, like what we're seeing here in Broome County, in Ulster, in Oswego County, over in Utica. He's going to send all of these people to the other states. None of us asked for them. None of these counties, none of these cities are asking for these people. Broome County isn't a sanctuary county. Binghamton is not a sanctuary city. I know there are progressives that would like it to be, but it isn't. We didn't ask for these people, and he wants to dump hundreds, if not thousands, on a county that cannot even keep up. According to Broome County Executive Jason Garnar, who I've known many years, we can't afford it. What does he say? Broome County already has a very limited number of places for our own residents, both temporary and long-term. Our shelters and contracted hotels and motels are filled. He goes on, food pantries are trying to keep up with the community, the people who are already here, trying to feed them. Human services are at high demand. Healthcare is at the limit. We don't have the revenues. We don't have the money. Do not send us people we did not ask for. Do not send us people who are criminals. I know Jason didn't want to say that part because he's a Democrat and he's in the bluest of blue states and he gets along well with the Democratic Party here in Broome County, and he, as well as in Albany, as well as the mayor, the governor. But the fact is, they're all criminals. Why are you sending me hundreds of thousands of people who are breaking the law and they're expecting $60,000 a year? We don't have it. New York City doesn't have it. And if New York City with 8 million people is the breadbasket of the state, and they get 80% of all of the income of the tax revenues are somehow funneled through New York City, if they're getting the lion's share of it all, and they're spending $60,000 per illegal alien, we can't do that in Broome County. They can't do that in Ulster County. They can't afford that in Rockland County. It's not going to be possible. And so what will these criminals do when they get kicked out of a 3-star, 4-star hotel in New York City, getting paid $60,000 a year, and now they have to go over to Cortland County? They're going to be staying in a shelter where they're going to spend $10,000, $15,000 a year on them. Do you think that criminal is maybe going to commit another crime? Do you think that's maybe possible? And then they're going to blame it on us. Oh, you just don't like illegal aliens. No, I don't. Oh my God, you keep calling them illegal aliens. You're a racist. Okay, what race is an illegal alien? Let's get that one straight out now. Let me deal with that right off the bat. What race is an illegal alien? Oh, that's right. They don't have a race. What country is an illegal alien from? Oh, multiple countries. So you can't say I'm racist or sexist. What's the sex of an illegal alien? The sex of a human being. See, these are the words and the ways they try to shut you down, to silence your voice, to make it seem like you're the bad guy. How dare you follow the law? How dare you have fiscal responsibility? How dare you try and figure out how to take care of people? Yeah, I do those things. Aren't we all? Aren't we all supposed to? But it seems not, because at the moment, how many illegal aliens are on our southern border? Matter of fact, let me go back to some of the comments here. I see user has been banned has joined us. Thank you for that. A user has been banned made a funny comment here. He said, hey, here's the way to deal with it. 1, renounce your citizenship. 2, re-enter the United States illegally. 3, live for $60,000 a year. Don't have to do anything. Yeah, and you'll get free clothes, you'll get a phone, they give you services, all on the taxpayer expense. That is correct, Jan. User has been banned asks a great question. Why is it that democratic socialist policies reward the lazy and the criminal? It's a really good question, and there is an answer to that. Because they're dependent. That's the answer. Now, a lot of people are saying, well, Mike, what do you mean? See, if you increase the amount of people who are lazy, they have to rely on the government for everything. Because the government's going to give them money. Otherwise, they won't be able to live. The government will give them somewhere to stay. The government will give them things as long as they keep voting the same Democratic Socialists in over and over and over again. So the trade-off is, you're going to give these Democratic Socialists all your power, and they're going to give you the bare minimum of living. So you get to be as lazy as hell, and it's okay. And when you have a large group, and that leads to corruption, because that is corrupt. By definition, that is coercion. That is enticement. You're enticing people to get their vote. Here's free money, like in California. You're black. Okay, that means you get money free. That's it. Money's just going to rain down from heaven because you're black. You got a permanent suntan. Here you go, cash. Just remember to vote for me in November. Yeah, okay, that is an entrapment. That's what that is. We call it other things because, politicians and news media work hand in hand. It's entrapment. It's coercion. You're bribing people to get their vote. And because of that, when you have high levels of corruption that are that high up in the government, you have crime. So this is why they reward the lazy. They're rewarding the lazy to get power, and crime is a byproduct of that. If people disagree with me, I'm happy to hear them. If Jason Garnar or any other Democrat in New York State disagrees with the way I've described what's happening between New York and the rest of the state with illegal aliens, call in. I'll be happy to discuss it. And let's talk about the border. So let's talk about the border, because New York State has a border. We have a border with Canada. We have a border with the ocean. We have illegal aliens entering our borders, whether it be from Canada or on boats into our harbors. We have illegal aliens. We're a border state. But when people think about it, they think about the southern border. You're thinking about Texas. You're thinking about New Mexico. You're thinking about Arizona. Okay, fantastic. How many illegal aliens are down there right now? We know at this moment, we're being told that everything's fine, that everything is doing well, because just like they have been, and this is coming from the BBC News just a day ago, that the problem is, the answer is just send them away. It's the same thing that Eric Adams is doing in New York State, taking illegal aliens and sending them to other counties. Well, the country, the government, is doing the same thing. The Biden administration is taking illegal aliens from Texas and they're sending them to other cities, like Chicago. 8,000 illegal aliens were sent over to Chicago, and Chicago can't afford it. Chicago can't deal with it. They got 8,000 illegal aliens in a year. We get in one day. We get 10,000 people crossing the border a day. Think about that. Think about the difference there. New York City's overwhelmed with 16,000. Chicago's overwhelmed with 8,000. There are 10,000 a day. Do you think that maybe the state of Texas, Arizona, and New Mexico are overwhelmed? That California, well, who cares about California, honestly? That Utah and the rest of the country are being overwhelmed? If it's 10,000 a day? And think about this. I want you to really consider this, because this is something that you are told not to think about. You're not supposed to think about this. Where is it here? And the answer that we are getting told, this is from CBS News. CBS News, May 13th at 10 o'clock at night. So this is the way they ended their day. So they had all day to do the math. spike in illegal border entries does not materialize. It didn't happen. According to CBS News, all the fear, all the things you were worried about, that was just Republicans lying to you. There was no wave of illegal aliens. There aren't 3,000 illegal aliens that have been marching to the border from Mexico City since February and again in April. No, that doesn't exist. It's not real because they're not here right now. That's what CBS just told you. CBS is lying to your face. Let me prove it. On Friday, the first day since March 2020 in which the U.S. could no longer have Title 42, Border Patrol agents apprehended 6,300 migrants. I want to stop right there. 6,300 illegal aliens. That is almost all the illegal aliens we sent to Chicago that broke Chicago. That's about 1/3 of the number of illegal aliens we sent to New York City. And that broke New York City. And by the way, 8,000 that in Chicago, that was in a year. 16,000 in New York City, that was in a year. And it broke those cities. And they are big and they have most of the money and most of the people and lots of jobs. They're huge. And they got broke by about the same number. We found 6,300 in just one day, according to CBS News and the way CBS News is counting. But CBS News knows they are lying to you. Let's read on. A sharp drop from record levels of illegal entries reported days earlier. Think about that. This is what the U.S. officials are saying. So it's not that bad. It's not the same as yesterday. So on Thursday, we got 6,000 people in a day. And they're like, it's not that bad. I mean, Tuesday, we got 11,000. So this is doing pretty good. We have 15,000 on Wednesday, but it's only 6,000 on the day that Title 42 happened. Guess what? It's not a problem. It's over. You can relax. The answer, it's all been solved. The Biden administration did their job. There is no immigrant crisis anymore. Because Tuesday, there were 11,000 illegal aliens that entered America. And on Friday, only 6,300. So we have solved it. It is over. The problem, the solution's gone. We're done. This is what CBS is telling you. This is the lie that they are saying to your face. That because the numbers were not exactly the same or more within 2 days, the difference in 2 days was not the same or more, so there is no problem. The immediate aftermath. Look at their words. Immediate aftermath. Does not materialize. Did not happen. There is no problem. Biden is great. Didn't you know Biden is great? You just didn't understand. That's what they love to tell you. You just didn't understand. You didn't understand inflation. It's okay. Interest rates are going up. You can't afford your loans, your car loans, your houses, your mortgages. You can't afford that anymore. Don't worry. It's great. Everything's doing fantastic. Illegal aliens? There are no illegal aliens at the border. There is no crisis. You just didn't understand. That's the answer they have for everything. Yeah, but... Yeah, hi, Hal. Hal just joined us and goes, I just tuned in. It's great that news that the immigration crisis was solved. It's amazing news. I'm shocked that they figured out how to answer it in a day. Mike Bowie says, I heard 150,000 people across the southern border yesterday alone. Well, here's the thing. They're saying, CBS News said, at 10 o'clock at night, that according to CBS News, doing the math, only 6,000 in a day showed up in America. That's what they want you to believe. Here it is. Concerns about even higher numbers of migrants in Border Control custody and more overcrowding have intensified after a federal judge in Florida earlier this week blocked a policy that would allow the agency to quickly release low-risk migrants to reduce the number of individuals in overcrowded facilities. Think about this. The title of this is There is no spike in illegal aliens based on 1 day of data. On 1 day of data, there wasn't a spike this 1 day, so there is no problem. It's all done. They have it all figured out, except their answer, how are they fixing this? Let them in. You broke the law. We caught you. Let them in. Let them break the law. Let them go to New York City so that New York City can then send them to Rockland County, to Ulster County, to Oneida County, to Broome County, to Cortland. They're going to just ship them all across the state so that you don't see them all in one place. That's the answer. CBS News is lying to your face. They are telling you something that is not true. They are trying to manipulate you. If you disagree, if you work for CBS News, if you're a Democrat in any elected office anywhere in the United States, if you work for Broome County, you can call into 607-242-9247. The phone line is on the whole time. You can call in at any moment. I will give you as much time as you need to refute any and everything that I have said so far. It is your choice. I will give you the time. I am not MSNBC. I am not Fox. You are not limited. I will let you speak until you are done. You will be treated with respect. Will any Democrat in America, any elected official, call in to try and refute what I have just said? Yeah. And every week, multiple times a week, I ask the same thing and I get the same response from the elected officials. By the way, they are watching this program. I do know that for a fact. I know because they tell me privately. They will call me on the phone, they will see me in person, and they tell me that they and or their staff watch this program to see what's going on and how people are reacting. So I know they're watching. They just don't want to say anything because they can't answer without telling you that they lied to your face. Think about it. They are telling you, and look how they buried this. So CBS knew they had a crap story. They knew that they were lying to the American people, and they had to sell this idea that Biden is doing great so that you will vote for him in 2024 because illegal immigration is not a problem. So they make up a crap headline that'll catch your eye, which would be the only thing that about 60% of people will only see the headline and not look at another thing. So they think that, well, it worked. There is no Biden. There is no border crisis. Then they go in the second paragraph, they're like, it's not a problem because yesterday it wasn't a problem. It wasn't a problem yesterday, so it's not a problem, which is stupid. That's not how you run a government. That's not even like how you run a daycare. It's not how you run your own house. That's stupid. Then they go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, an ad, 6, an ad, a picture, 7, 8, 9, ads. They go to the 10th paragraph before they happen to mention their solution is take the illegal aliens and spread them around. Just spread the mess everywhere. Just smear it everywhere so that no one person can say, oh my God, look at all the illegal aliens. We're just going to spread them everywhere and it's okay. By the way, it's illegal. Doesn't matter that it's illegal. Doesn't matter that it's destroying the infrastructure of towns all across America. No, that doesn't matter. That they're breaking cities by doing this doesn't matter. We're just going to let them in. Who cares if there's a law? Who cares if there are people who have waited 20 years to become a citizen. They don't count. These guys cut the line. They're breaking the law. They have no respect for our country. Let them in. And give them a room in a $60,000, give them a hotel room for a year, spend $60,000 on them, and kick out those Americans who are having that wedding. They don't count. Kick out those U.S. veterans, the homeless. Yeah, kick them out of that hotel. Let's go and put in the illegal aliens because they broke our laws. Yay, what a go team progressive. I've heard that there are about 200,000. Mike Bowie mentions there's about 150,000 illegal aliens waiting to enter into the United States from Mexico, that they're lined up on the border. And I've heard it's about 200,000. So that's about right. Now, Hal asks a very interesting question. And Hal, you can call in 607-242-9247. You've called into the program before, so call ahead. But Hal says, how many businesses in the southern tier do you think employ they're not undocumented. They're not undocumented workers. First thing first, they're criminals. They are illegal. The legal term is illegal alien, not undocumented worker. The document they are missing is any legal authorization to be in the United States. They're not undocumented. They're illegal. They're criminal. They broke the law. Let's establish that first. I know it doesn't sound nice. It may not make everyone feel nice. I don't care how they feel. The law isn't about feelings. The law is the law. So they are criminals. So your question is, how many businesses in the southern tier do you think employ criminals? Active criminals? Not sure. A bunch. Because they're criminals. Because you don't have to pay taxes on them. You don't have to pay insurance on them. You don't have to, all the insane levels of regulations in New York State that break businesses on a regular basis do not apply to active criminal illegal aliens. No. So, lots of them. And I would too. As a business, it makes sense. But if we didn't, how many Americans would take those jobs? Because they work next to doing the same job, whether it's mopping the floor or washing dishes or being a waiter or being a busboy. They're not all illegal aliens. They're American citizens standing right next to them doing the same job. So you can't tell me they're doing the jobs no one will do. That's a lie. They're doing jobs that Americans will do. They just don't want to. So more Americans will do the job. But if you have the choice of sit on your butt on your couch and get a check from the government just for voting Democrat or going out and working, which one do you think people will do? Because we know what the answer is. People are taking the check, sitting on the couch, and voting Democrat. That's been winning in New York State. But if we got rid of the illegal aliens and cut off the check, guess what? People will go to work. I know. Users been Ben says, well, soft language is, soft language makes people accept things they may not normally accept. I know. And I have the same problem that Trump has. That, oh, that's not nice. That's mean. How could you say that? I can say it because it's true. I can say it because I can show you the evidence and then make a conclusion on that. I say it because I believe it, because I have a strong self-value. I understand my values, my systems. I understand the Constitution. I say it. I say it because I have confidence. Does it mean it's absolutely right? No, I'm not going to tell you that. I could be wrong. That's why I'm engaging in a conversation to find out, am I wrong? Where am I mistaken? What is wrong about what I understand? That's why we have these conversations. But because it's not nice, because they don't make people's feelings feel good, because I'm not trying to butter people up and put a con job. It's a con. That's what con men do. They make you feel great. They make you feel like you are going to win, that you have the advantage, that you're being taken care of, that you are in the upper hand. That's what con men do. And that's what people want. They want it on Twitter. They want it on social media. They want it from politicians. Make me feel good. When people say do something, what they're really trying to say is make me feel good. Make me feel good about the absolutely crap job that these politicians are doing. Make me feel good about the way you are destroying my nation and the way you're taking away my rights and freedoms and destroying the economy. That's what they mean. And that's not what I do. Let me go on. So, okay, I don't know. That is, Hal mentions, I couldn't care less what you call them, like calling someone homeless or unhoused. The semantics aren't part of the solution. No, it's not part of the solution, but it is part of the problem. And when you are using certain words like unhoused versus homeless, it makes a difference. See, I'm not unhoused. People aren't unhoused. I've been homeless twice in my life. I have upcoming challenges to my housing very soon. I'm a homeowner now. I've been homeless before. But to be unhoused means that I have a house or I have earned a house or I should have a house. No. No. You don't have that right. No. There is a difference. And the difference is you're trying to make it sound nicer so people will complain less. If I say you are homeless, we know what the problem is and we have identified it and now we can work on it. If I say you're unhoused, I don't know what the hell that means. You're unhoused. What does that mean? You're moving from one place to another? What does that mean? It doesn't even mean anything. It's not a word. Not house. What does unhoused mean? Not house? I know what homeless means. Less a home. You do not have a home, somewhere to call a home. Unhoused. Doesn't mean anything. This is how they play the semantics game. It does make a difference. They are confusing the terms and confusing the people so that it sounds nicer. So when you don't have, and it takes away the immediacy of it. I am an advocate for the homeless. I have been for many years because I have lived it. And the answer is, I want the immediacy. I want you to know homeless means they don't have a home. Give them a home. Let's help them get a home. Help give them somewhere they can be safe. Unhoused means nothing, which means you don't have to do anything because I don't know what it means. No one knows what it means. It's not even a term. They just made it up this year. It's a brand new term. It means nothing. No one cares. It's in your ear and out, and it's fluff, so they don't have to do anything. It is a trick. It is a trick of the language meant to take away immediacy and to disguise an emergency for something else. Now, by the way, we've gone into homelessness. But again, this is part of the immigration. This is part of the immigration discussion. This is part of our southern border. This is part of illegal aliens. I guarantee you, if we didn't have to spend, if Eric Adams wasn't an idiot, spending $60,000 per illegal alien in New York City, if he wasn't putting them all in 3- and 4-star hotels, there would be money left over to help the homeless. So, name your problem. You want to feed kids. Fantastic. Get rid of some of these illegal aliens. You want to help the homeless. Get rid of some of these illegal aliens. You want to lower crime. Get rid of some of these illegal aliens. You can go through education. You want to spend more money on kids. Fantastic. Get rid of some of these illegal aliens. You name a problem that is affecting America right now, get rid of some of these illegal aliens is an appropriate answer. It will, in fact, help in that problem that you're going to mention. I can't think of a problem that affects America right now that cannot be helped by getting rid of illegal aliens. So it's very important. So that's why it's important. This is all tied together, and they are actively lying to you. I have just shown you CBS lying to your face, telling you something and wording it to make you think it's okay. To say to the public, hey, by the way, we're going to just ignore the law and let these people in. And I love something about this with the CBS article. They're saying these are low-risk migrants. They're not migrants. They're criminals. We should treat them like criminals because they are criminals, because they broke the law. Whether you like it or not doesn't matter. They are a criminal. But going on, some low-risk criminals. We're releasing criminals. Where have we released criminals before, and how did that work out for America? Let's see. How is that bail reform going when we release these criminals and they go back out and commit more crimes? How is it going when we keep wiping out, when we have prosecutors across America that keep on dropping all the charges of all these criminals, these repeat offenders, and they just go out and do the same crime over and over and over again? It didn't work. It doesn't work when you're talking about BLM, Antifa, race, the race bias, critical race theory, intersectional politics. It doesn't work there. Guess what? It doesn't work for illegal aliens either. More importantly, you would think that CBS would highlight that the Biden-Harris administration is introducing, they are injecting, directly injecting criminals into our cities and our towns, which will make crime go up. Because even if you want to tell me that, well, not all illegal aliens are violent criminals, they're not criminals, like breaking even more laws than just our immigration laws. Okay, let's just say that. And I'll even say, let's say that 10% of these illegal aliens are violent criminals. All right, give me 1 second. I just want to finish this one thought, and then I will let you speak. Let's assume that only 10% of the illegal aliens are violent criminals. You just added 10% more criminals because you don't know who these people are. So you're adding to crime. That's what the Biden-Harris administration is doing. But with that said, thank you for calling into the program. This is your host, Michael Voss at No Soundbites Allowed. And may I ask, what's your first name?
Hey, Mike, it's Jason.
Hey, Jason, what's going on?
Yeah, just
First call today.
Yeah, am I? Well.
Yeah. Is your mom okay?
Yeah, everybody's good.
Good.
Everybody's
Okay.
Good. So yeah, we're talking about the illegals and the situation, and again, it's just there's a lot more justification that's out there and twisted in every single way, to say that basically people who are breaking the law should just be appeased, for their behavior, no matter, how or when or what they did to come to this country. And we're supposed to turn our head and look the other way and not acknowledge not only the safety, but all the economic repercussions of, these people coming into the country,
Right.
And here, so many people go, well, we need people, for jobs or something like that, or we need, or not that, or maybe they deserve, an opportunity for this. And it's never looked at what are the ramifications, economically and socially for our entire, country. And, obviously, right in our area, there's backlash, saying, look at, Eric Adams, you have a sanctuary city policy, and you want these people here, and now you're just going to scatter them throughout, upstate New York. And there's just no way, that these communities can afford, to take on this, this burden without, substantial federal, money, and the same sort of federal money that was demanded by, Eric Adams, which he wasn't getting. And again, I know you were saying too, is even if they were having to deal with the situation, they could have done it a little more economically than Eric Adams. But
Well, actually, let me interject. In fact, one, you could do it more cost effective than Eric Adams or Chicago is doing. But here's the other thing, Lori Lightfoot and her replacement. But the problem is, no, if we didn't have the illegal aliens, we wouldn't need to inflate. This is part of inflation. We wouldn't need to inflate our economy as much if we didn't have all these illegal aliens. So again, you want to help the economy? Fantastic. Get rid of the illegal aliens.
Yeah, and the funny thing is people are saying, "Oh, they do work. They're filling jobs. They're actually deflationary." And I'm like, they're doing work, that other people don't want to do. And I hate to tell you this, no, they're not, and no, they won't, and they don't, and a lot don't need to. The thing is that once you come into the country and you see the way the system is, and if they're on the lower spectrum of the income, they're going to basically be an inflationary thing, because most of these services that are basically being social services, that the safety net that we have is going to pay out far more money than will ever come out. They'll be economically profitable for our economy, and it's
Well, here's, when people say there's any kind of way that illegal aliens are a benefit, here is a Democrat in New York State, bluer than blue state, Jason Gunnar, and he is telling you what is the impact of these illegal aliens. We're only talking about hundreds, not even thousands, probably not talking about thousands. Who knows? Because Eric Adams and the rest of the progressives aren't being clear. But assuming that it's hundreds, not thousands, he's telling you what their impact is. He didn't say they're going to help us fill the unemployment. He's saying that we can't afford to pay for their rent and where they're going to live. We don't have places for them to live at. We don't have the food for them. We don't have the health care for them. We can't. None of these things are benefits. So even if we had the money, if we had the money, the housing, the food, and the health care for them, he doesn't mention any benefit they're providing. It's just a drain. You know what I mean?
No, it absolutely is a complete drain. I don't look at. The thing is that we have immigration policies, to get people in, and other people would say too. They're like, oh, they have to, let more, people to come into the country legally. And I would argue, prove it to me. Show me, the economic benefits, of inflating, low skilled workers into the country. These aren't doctors. These aren't, people in, the STEM fields that are basically going to be providing services where there's massive demand, like for example in our health industry, which we're down doctors, we're down
still are
nurses, practitioners,
still down.
Yeah, and it's getting worse due to the fact of the policies of our elected leaders make it less likely that anybody actually wants to go into those fields in the future. But again, those people who come to the country, with that sort of education and ability to do that sort of work, those are the people obviously that we want in this country.
But we have a way to get those people already. It's called the H-1B visa.
Yeah, but the thing is that to equate those people, with anybody, crossing the border for any sort of reason, it's just not, And it's frustrating too, because the thing is that people say, well, you're not being kind, you're being heartless. These people, need, the same or they deserve the same opportunity that you do.
Oh, hang on. Let me answer that, because that's an important one. When people say, well, you have to do this because they have a need. No, I don't. No, we as a country do not. We did not ask them to come in. We are not obligated just because of their need. I need money. I'm losing my house. I don't hear anyone saying they're obligated to pay me. Progressives love to say that they have to donate to Sean King and BLM. I don't see them dropping money on me. I'm more black than Sean King. So this is stupid. It's a semantic argument. It's not even semantic. It's an emotional plea to say, well, we have to help them. No, we don't have to. We may choose to, and that means it's individual, and that should be private citizens. Fantastic. And we already are the nation leading the world in donations to help countries all over the planet. We do more than most countries do. So you can't tell me and I know you're not, Jason, but that argument is ridiculous. It is an emotional plea meant to say, stop thinking and just do what we say. You'll feel good about it. And I hate that argument. Go ahead, though. Sorry, I just had to say that.
No, that ties into what exactly I was saying. But yeah, like I said, it's a very frustrating situation on many stances, and the solution to the problem, and even the political motivation, for Democrats to actually take action, it's just like pulling teeth. I mean, look at Eric Adams, is doing everything he can, to blame everybody else except for his own party for completely refusing to do anything. The Republicans just put forth a bill with some sort of solution, which, was pretty much just dead on arrival, and that was a solution, that could help handle this situation, and they don't want anything to do with it, and they haven't provided any other alternatives, to deal with what's going on. So, I don't, like I said, it's just you see what's happening, economically, and and that's the thing too, is I think people's tune will start changing once we actually hit a recession, and once jobs are starting to be lost, and when low skilled workers, are and in hospitalities and these other different places start losing their jobs when we go into a recession, and then all of a sudden then everybody's like, well, they want to take these jobs.
No, see, I don't think that's. I disagree with you, Jason, because we are in a recession. By definition, from the 1974 going up until last year, we are in a recession, and we have not gotten out of it, and it's only getting deeper and longer, which we predict on this channel to be at least 2025, if not slightly longer. So we are in that recession, and people are being lied to because they keep changing the terms. That's why people are saying, well, we're not in a recession yet. Yes, we are. We absolutely are. Inflation is already skyrocketing. These are additional This is going to make it deeper, longer, and worse. So what you might want to say is a worse recession. And yeah, I've almost been saying depression a couple times because we're close to that.
Yeah, the thing is that right now the federal government has been massively lying about the jobs numbers that have come out. When they had to do an update, what was it, months ago? All of a sudden they were like, oh yeah, we didn't have that million jobs, created that we thought we did,
the 12 million new jobs, which were everyone going back to the job they already had. Yeah. Okay.
Well, but plus, I'm not even talking about that. I'm talking about actual numbers where they had to revise, on top of that, where they just, I don't know, they just made up numbers, to make the economy look like it was booming. And it was around election time that they did it too. So, it was, ridiculous. But the thing is that we don't know. I honestly don't have any faith in the federal government when it comes to these statistics and seeing exactly what's going on, on the ground as far as our economy and where the jobs are, and who's getting laid off and who's losing their job. Well, we know that.
I can show you this. By the way, I can tell you that you're right, and let me show you how. This is what's on screen right now is a chart from the St. Louis Fed. So this is the Federal Reserve doing the data themselves. This is the number of small businesses, and if you see, we are flatlined to slightly down. It's not changing. If you go to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, their most recent report, go to the A8 chart, which I have on the screen right now, and if you look at it, The number of small businesses is 9,100,000. That's down from last month, 9,173,000. It is almost exactly the same as where we were a year ago, 9,030,000. So we are flat to down. The number of people in this country increased. The number of small businesses hasn't. That's decreasing. So that's the proof right there that they're lying to your face. Go on.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing, and like I said, I think that what you were looking for, as far as I just a more substantial, situation where basically the government can't fudge numbers, can't tell you something because it will be just so profound that basically it's hitting everybody, But I'm talking about too. I'm talking about all of a sudden where it just goes from, you know and then where we are in an inflationary state to all of a sudden where the economic, well, like you were saying, the depression is literally where you can see a massive retraction of the economy in such a way that you will see prices actually fall substantially, and in certain sectors. And the thing is that, like I said, is there's multiple things that the government is doing or has done, and in the administration that has actually really just, put the economy in this situation that they could have avoided if they had not been so fiscally irresponsible with it. And again, another thing that they're doing, we haven't really talked about is the, the Fed and basically just, the debt ceiling. And I don't know what's going to happen. I haven't heard anything else this weekend if they're going to be meeting again, but to my thought is that the Biden administration knows that we're going into a massive recession, and the thing is, or no, that we're in, but it's going to be one of those things where they want to blame the Republicans the best they can, and if Biden plays chicken with this thing and just lets the country default, he can blame the Republicans, and then they can and force them to take complete responsibility for all economic downturn that happens, and he will try to be completely blameless for all the policies that he's put forth prior to the debt ceiling.
Well, I think he's playing politics with it. Again, just like with Afghanistan, Ukraine, Sudan, just like with the global food crisis, we're seeing that he's playing politics. Same thing with gun control, with illegal immigration. He's playing politics. He's trying to win an election. He's not trying to solve the problem. His economic policies have literally skyrocketed inflation 17% from the day that he got in to today. We're up 17%. That's double digits. This is the same thing that we had to face under Carter when the country was falling apart. And most people don't remember that stagflation, but I was alive. I remember the Carter era. I was alive and saw that. So we have higher inflation than under Carter. It just boggles my mind. And he's playing games with this. The debt ceiling is a problem. We've raised the debt ceiling. Did you know we've raised it 78 times? Did you know that?
I don't know. I mean, look at it. All I do know is it is to a degree that, is definitely something that needs to be handled. I mean, look at it. I think part of it too is just points to the fact that, a lot of the inflationary problems that have occurred are due to the fact that, the government hasn't cut, its spending, in a time that it needed to. Especially, I mean, look at, he wanted to, pump, more money into the what was called the Inflation Reduction Act that he so-called, had. I mean, that just had so much money, extra money, that just put more pressure on specific sectors that were already, overly inflated, meaning like with construction. I mean, when you had certain, you just didn't have the labor or the materials to basically do these additional projects, and he goes and throws, a huge amount of money into that at a time that, we can't, afford it, rather than, waiting, a couple of years, for our economy to deal with inflation first prior to, working on these additional projects.
Yeah, it is amazing to me that, see, our debt ceiling, here's the problem. What we're arguing about in terms of the debt ceiling is we're just going to spend more money. It's more inflation. We are talking about how much the argument happening right now, if we are absolutely honest, is how much inflation do we want? And Democrats want tons of it. This is why the Biden administration's plan leads to $50 trillion in debt. $50 trillion. That's almost a third the amount of money in the world. That's how insane it is. We're turning ourselves into a banana republic. He wants to go to 50 trillion, and Republicans are saying, well, let's make it about 30. Let's make it 40 trillion, not 50 trillion. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, and the crazy thing is how this works too is that currently right now we got the federal government increasing interest rates to try to actually bring down inflation. And the thing is that the more money the government continues to pump into the economy through these different, programs, or even, way Biden has, creates a situation where you actually have to have interest rates at a higher amount for a longer time. So the Fed can bring, the interest rates down to, or bring inflation rate down to 2%. And the thing is that if the government does,
That's not going to happen.
Yeah, I don't know. Well, honestly, I don't know. See, the thing is that my thing is that if the economy totally gets broken, I think we could see in certain sectors, a deflationary situation. I mean, it depends on how dramatic that it is. Like I'm talking about banks going, one by one, and just a total run on the stock market and everything else just kind of happening. If that happens, then yeah, I think we'd see massive deflation. But the thing is that it's not for the good reasons. It's for basically, oh crap, everything's broken type of thing. We're in depression.
Let me clarify. Yeah, what you're talking about isn't deflation. Deflation is the government spends less and they borrow less. That's deflationary. We have less money being created. Depression is where we have all the same thing happens. There's less money out there because everything's closing down, because people are unemployed, because we are falling apart. But generally, if you have enough inflation, you will lead yourself into a depression, which is deflationary. We can never get to a deflation, and we can never get under control if we're constantly arguing over how much more inflation are we going to create? How much more money are we going to create? We can't do this. We're wasting money. Look, we're spending again, going back to immigration as a great example. If we had less illegal aliens, we'd have less of this pressure. Why are we're spending $1 billion in New York City? $1 billion. $60,000 per illegal alien, a similar amount in Chicago, a similar amount in LA. We can go to City, Portland, Seattle. This is money that's being wasted and that we're spending. We don't need to put them in 3- and 4-star hotels. Even if we have them, if we must have these illegal aliens, why are we spending we're spending more money on them than American citizens make on average. And then we're adding in stupid things like reparations. Everybody gets $1 million. We can't afford this. This is inflationary. You're hurting poor people more than you are helping with these stupid ideas. And now they want to go to they want to have a $17 or $25 minimum wage in California. It hurts poor people because it's inflationary. And no one is being honest about the numbers.
No, and this is the frustrating things about economics that really just drives me nuts, is that, and this is part of the side effects of, the government continually printing money, is that once they start printing and they just keep going and charging it up, it's like, it only hurts, or their ideas only fail when they have to stop, the money. And the thing is that, telling everybody, oh, we're going to force everybody, $25, minimum wage, or we're going to, continue to, push forth, all these additional products, have all these, illegals come into the country, which is going to cost, massive amounts of money. All this is covered if the government continues to print money, and, people can tolerate inflation, to a degree, as long as they still have a job. But they all lose their jobs, and then they have this mass amount of debt that they can't get rid of. Or they lose their house and they lose, their apartment or, their car and all this other stuff, then, crap, goes and, people are coming out with the pitchforks. Again, though, I believe that the Biden administration is planning for this, routine, but basically shoving it off onto the Republicans, saying, hey, you know what, I'm going to let you default. And if you do default and the economy gets bad, I'm just going to blame you for every single problem that I created.
Well,
So,
yeah. That's what they generally try and do. I mean, we saw the example in 2020. Everything is, whenever we hear anyone talking about 2020 and the economy, they're like, oh my God, see how bad Trump did during his presidency? You're looking at 2020. Take out the pandemic where everything got locked down and then compare the numbers. Oh, we can't do that. That's not fair. Well, it's a global, forget US, that was a global unique event that has never happened in anyone's lifetime. We've never done that. Even during wars, we didn't have that kind of lockdown, shutdown of everything. And you're saying, oh, well, that's his economic policy. No, that was a global emergency, as we were told, and a unique global event. Take out that 1 year, then compare the numbers and tell me how things are doing. Oh, well, we can't do that. Oh, okay. Again, it's a manipulation. And
look, I mean, Mike, I don't know. Every time I see those charts, when somebody goes, oh, look at every other, Republican and what they have done and producing jobs, and then look at the Democrats, the last 5 presidents, and look how many jobs they created. And the whole statistic is based on basically everybody being forced to, quit their job, and then, the economy just reopening.
Well,
and it's just like
none of those numbers are real, by the way. I don't trust Republicans with the number as well as Democrats. It's a fake number. How many jobs did you create? It's a fake number. You know what I go by? What I showed. How many small businesses are there? Because that's the engine of 70% of all jobs. And if small businesses are increasing, then we have a good economy. And if it's decreasing, we have a bad economy. And right now, we're flat to down, not up. It's the easiest way to figure it out. If Biden was creating business, if he was creating jobs, the easiest way you'd see it is in small business numbers would be higher today than they were in 2019. They're not. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, look at a lot of the, policies that are being put forth are actually making it far more difficult. Look at money is tight right now. We all know that. So small businesses are not going to make the purchases, that they need so they can continue to grow their business. And again, that it's just a mess, because the thing is that one of the massive problems with increasing interest rates is that it is not, a fine, tool. I mean, it's just a blunt object. And, in certain sectors where you have inflation, you want to try to reduce costs. You can't do it specifically, because if obviously you increase the expense on a business that's producing a product that could actually, deflate certain products, you're undermining that by increasing rates. But again, you have no choice because, inflation is a monetary policy that is caused by just, too much money in the system. So.
Yeah. Hang on one second. All right. Sorry, I was just typing as we're talking as well. I try and keep up with the comments as we go through. Let me ask you this, because we've talked about a bit about immigration. We've talked about inflation. We've talked about the economy. They're all tied together. And this, of course, is affecting the rest of the world, because if the U.S. isn't buying stuff from them, their economies are getting hurt too. So it's not just a U.S. problem. But let me ask you one thing, and then I want to go back to the public, see if anyone else wants to call in. Did you see the town hall with President Trump?
Yeah, I saw parts of it. I didn't watch the whole thing. I saw a lot of different clips and reviews, from what people had said about it.
Okay. So last time I checked, which was Friday, CNN has not provided the full video. So you can't see it. You can only go by their clips. Based on the clips that you saw, which are highly edited, how do you think Trump did? Was he evil? Was he a good guy? Was it reasonable? What did you think of it?
Well, I think it was very good for Trump's image. I mean, it made him seem very strong. I mean, as far as a position of a primary, as far as Republicans, it's like this was something that would definitely elevate him significantly in the Republicans' eyes. And I think one of the reasons that even when I was thinking about it, what the difference was is that this was basically him being attacked from the left completely, and him throwing punches back at the left. I mean, more recently, I mean, when Trump's for weeks is basically just going after DeSantis for just the stupidest stuff, you're just getting to the point where like, oh my God, we just stop. Why don't you go after Biden or some others, some of these other policies? And finally, we actually got to see pretty much a cage match with the left and Trump. And this is the sort of thing that I think Republicans they like to see him being attacked by the left and also taking it to them, and making them just look weak.
So would you call the CNN town hall? It wasn't a town hall. It wasn't about the questions that were being asked. It was about CNN saying Trump is evil, MAGA's bad.
Yeah,
Is
and
that
and Trump's response to it, basically, in my view, was extremely strong. I mean, just made them look weak. I think that the person who was doing the the interview or the town hall, just seemed just petty, argumentative with them to a degree, and then I don't think she really understood the issues as much as she should have. I mean, she just wasn't a seasoned interviewer at all, and just didn't have the talent for it. I think that was part of it, but that was to Trump's advantage. Having somebody weak that was just going to mudsling these talking point ideas at him, made it so he could basically just go after her and dominate her. I mean, the point, the one thing is that when it came down to the time frame, of when things happen, and he had a sheet right in his pocket and he just pulls it out to her. I mean, that was extremely powerful because, I mean, that pretty much just ended the conversation right there. He's just, I know what I'm talking about. You don't have a clue. And, here it is. And she couldn't refute anything because, honestly, she didn't know anything about the question that she even asked. She didn't know the facts.
it wasn't her question? That's why she's wearing an earpiece.
Yeah.
She was being told what to ask and what to state.
Yeah, and there were talking points being regurgitated at him, and she just did not have the ability to pivot and to further ask questions in a way that would have pushed Trump, to actually even make him look bad. Because I mean, there's many opportunities there where Trump would have left him open if she was actually smart enough to actually ask better follow-up questions rather than
I won't say
getting into
smart enough, knowledgeable enough. I don't think she's a dumb woman. She wouldn't have the job if she was dumb. She's
intelligence is smarts. I mean, look, and I mean, we're getting into semantics
well,
here.
sort of, but I do get your point. I do understand your point.
Yeah.
But I was interested in that because I want to talk about Trump and CNN
Right.
for a little bit. Let me let you go. We've covered
Okay.
a lot of ground. Thank you for calling in. And let's see what everyone else has to say about this. Okay?
All right, sounds good. Well, I'll talk to you.
All right.
Yep, bye.
Bye-bye. So, folks, just like you just saw with Jason, where you are able to call in. You don't have to agree. You can have a different point of view. It's perfectly fine. You will be respected. Your view will be respected. It may be challenged and say, okay, why do you think that? And that's fine, but we can have that discussion. Elected officials, regular people, everyone is welcome to call in to 607-242-9247 on any of the topics we've brought up. Or like Jason did, we talked a little bit about the debt ceiling, which I hadn't gotten to yet. I'm happy to hear what you have to say, whatever it may be, whether you agree, whether you disagree, doesn't matter. But we're talking about Trump, and we've gone to that part of the show where we're going to talk a little bit about President Trump. We're going to talk a little bit about CNN, and we're going to talk about some of the other dishonesty and how this is affecting the world. See, I think, and this is from theweek.com, okay? So this is what we're seeing from many of the political cartoons you may have seen, the little memes on politics that you've seen, and their view of CNN. And because CNN is livid, they are angry right now. Anderson Cooper, where is it? Come on. There it is. Anderson Cooper. This is according to The Independent. Again, left-leaning news. Anderson Cooper tells viewers they have every right to never watch CNN again over the Trump town hall. First of all, no one was watching CNN in the first place. They're at the bottom of all of the major news media. They're the bottom. So no one's watching CNN to start off with. And in fact, this was the best news they could have had, is having Trump on. This helped CNN a lot. But I love the way they phrase this. Following the controversial and highly criticized CNN town hall featuring Donald Trump, one of the network's top hosts, no, former President Trump, but let's keep going, addressed a backlash. The town hall featured Mr. Trump in a moderated discussion. No, it was more about an attack session. We had questions from the public, and we had attacks coming from the left because the moderator wasn't there to moderate and go back and forth with the audience and Trump. It was, oh, Trump's wrong. Trump's wrong. He just said something. He's wrong. He said something else. He's wrong. He explained himself, in some cases, 3 times. He would answer the same question over and over and over again, which is bad for CNN because they're pushing an ideology, and neither the questions nor Trump were aligned with that. That isn't what the public wanted. That's what a town hall is. The town hall isn't about a moderator pushing their ideology. It's about the public asking questions and getting answers. That's what a moderator is supposed to do, not to insert their political ideology, but to get the public to get answers to their questions. But the thing that I thought was most important is Anderson Cooper says, and I quote, "Many of you are upset that someone who attempted to destroy our democracy." Okay, so that's editorial. That's his personal opinion. That is a political ideology. That's not reflected in fact. Going on, was invited to sit on the stage in front of a crowd. He's a candidate for the president of the United States. And we're not talking about some backwater, no one's ever heard of him kind of candidate. He's not a third-party candidate either. He's not like a libertarian. This is a front-running former president running for office again. Think about that. So, yeah, you're going to sit him down. Of course you would. In front of a crowd of Republican voters. Okay, so we know who the crowd was. Why were you trying to insert progressive politics into a Republican event? I don't know. To answer questions and predictably continue to spew lie after lie after lie. He actually, as Jason mentioned, he was actually correcting the moderator. He was correcting the guys on the headphones of CNN who were trying to put in objections and trying to make him look bad. So, no. And she did lie a couple times as well. CNN lied. And he goes on, Anderson Cooper goes on to say, and I get it. It was disturbing. It's only disturbing if you walk in with a preposition that you are assuming he's a bad guy, that he has to be a bad guy, that everyone has to hate him like you, Anderson Cooper, like CNN. That's the only thing. I found that to be absolutely, absolutely critical to this, to understand that. Now, I want to make sure that I show this. Where is it? Is that it? No. Hang on. I had it up here. No. Where is it? Here it is. So this is how far, and this tells you what the left is thinking, because I wanted to show you this. This is from the New Republic. The ratings are in. No one really watched CNN's Trump town hall. Notice how he says that? No one really watched it. No one was really paying attention. No one saw this because it only got 3 million views. Well, hang on a second. According to Deadline, CNN's Donald Trump town hall won the town's. Notice, they're trying to tell you, no one saw this. They're trying to tell you that he's a bad guy. He did bad things, according to Anderson Cooper. Okay, 3.3 million people watched this. This is a win. This was double the people watching Fox News. This is more than double than the people who are watching MSNBC. The average, it was higher than the average that normally watch CNN by more than double. This was huge for them. And the thing is, and I highlighted, I thought I highlighted. Did I highlight it? No, I did not highlight it. Sorry, I have so many stories that I want to go through. I think I highlight things and I didn't. Where is it? The viewership was below some people's expectations. Some people said he'd do more than 3.3 million. But even though it helped the network win the evening, something that CNN doesn't do, the town hall's total viewership was still below 6 or other events. Let's see. Joe Biden's, they're saying this was not watched, that no one was paying attention. This is what the left is trying to sell you. And at the same time, they forget to mention that this is almost exactly what Joe Biden got, the views that he got in 2020 when everything was locked down. When people were doing nothing, when streaming was soaring and everyone was in their homes doing nothing but watching the news and watching TV. And Joe Biden, with a captured audience, got 3.47 million. It's better than when Joe Biden, as in the elected office in 2021, had his CNN town hall, where he couldn't even fill the room. Do you remember that? Because I do. That was the town hall where Joe Biden was saying that blacks and Hispanics didn't know how to use the internet to be able to sign up and vote for the 2022 election. Do you remember that? I do. By the way, CNN wipes this out. You can't search for this. You can't see the whole thing. You have to rely on their edits to hear what they want you to hear. And the rest of the news media is chopping up the video because they don't want you to hear what actually happened. They don't want you to hear that the audience agreed with President Trump, that they agreed with the things he was mentioning, that they themselves have already done the homework and knew that CNN was putting a political spin on it. Now, maybe you disagree with me. Maybe you think, Mike, you just don't understand. Trump is evil. It was horrible. Okay, why? Because that's a feeling, and you can have whatever feeling you want. If you feel like Trump is a bad guy, fantastic. Have that feeling. I don't care. Because your feelings don't mean anything in terms of politics. Your feelings don't mean anything in terms of the economy, in terms of global stability, because none of that is about feelings. That's all about fact. That's about what you do. That's about being efficient and effective. Feelings are immaterial. So I don't care if you like Trump or don't like Trump. Absolutely meaningless to me. I care about, is he effective? Does he make sense? Is he the best person for the job? Some would say that's Ron DeSantis. Some people would say that's, well, I don't know anyone who's saying that's Joe Biden. 58% of Democrats are saying they don't want Joe Biden to run. That tells you right there, he's not effective. I think I fell behind on some of the comments here. So let me catch up. Yeah, Mike Bowie said, Mike Bowie mentioned he didn't realize she had an earpiece. Yes, she did. They always have an earpiece whenever they're doing these commentators so that they can hear from the committee. And outrage isn't real outrage. I mean, this is the thing. They're trying to tell you, oh my God, no one saw this, except everyone saw this. About the same number of people saw Joe Biden in 2020. More people saw Donald Trump on CNN than saw Joe Biden in 2021 when he had the White House. Oh my God. They don't want you to see the comparison. They don't want you to see that this is more than double the audience for CNN. This was a big win for CNN. Again, they're trying to make you think it's not a big deal. They have a problem, not the public. And yes, Mike, you're right. This is the distraction from the fact that Hunter Biden and Joe Biden are in trouble. This was already set. And I think CNN thought, oh, we're timing this, and I'm sure they did, to coincide with the trial. Now, they may not have known that there would have been a decision on this day, but they knew that somewhere around this time frame, either before or after, Trump was going to have a decision in his defamation lawsuit. And they were absolutely sure that something, we have all known that President Trump was going to be convicted of something. They have thrown everything at him. They have been trying to convict him of anything and everything to justify that he's evil, bad guy. Okay. You knew that was coming. Everyone knew that. So that's why they timed it to be here. They didn't know that it would be so soon after the case. They didn't know that there would be the news about Hunter and Biden, about their millions of dollars that they have been taking from other countries, the conflict of interest that is going on. This is incredible to me that they are trying to do this, that they're trying to minimize this and distract the American people. And that's why they're going so crazy right now, trying to tell you, no, but you just don't understand. Trump is a bad guy. I mean, that's why they have the political cartoon. But you don't understand. Trump's the bad guy. Look at him. He's bursting out flame. And they're worried about their ratings. And you're supposed to feel bad about Trump. Trump, he's a bad man. Yeah, but is he effective as a politician? We're not asking you to go out on a date with Trump. No one's asking you to have a beer with Trump. No one's asking any of those things. What we're asking is he the right person to lead America through a very, very difficult time? I mean, think about it. We're as we started off, South Africa, China, Iran, North Korea, Russia, they're all lining up against us. France is trying to figure out if they really want to be our ally anymore. That's the EU. We're running out of friends. Across the overseas and down in South America, you've got Lula with Brazil. They're on China's side. Do you want a guy who can't figure out a plan, that his only answer is run away, leave the Americans, leave 30,000 Americans overseas in war zones, leave them for themselves, and just walk away and just never talk about it again? Do you think that's the guy who's the best choice to lead America forward? Or maybe we need someone who's brash, who's rude, who's not a nice guy, but gets the job done? That is a very interesting question. Yes, John, millions have seen the live stream because of content creators who actually recorded the whole thing, and that's it. But CNN, but think about it, CNN is hiding this. If they were so confident about this, if they were so sure of themselves, if Anderson Cooper was so absolutely correct, don't you think they would be showing the public? Wouldn't we all be watching this? Again, he's playing on sympathies, and I understand. Anderson Cooper is a commentator, like I am, and that's fine. So him saying his feelings, I'm not so much upset about. I am upset that his feelings are so biased as he's trying to tell you, no, but CNN is completely unbiased. Because Does this sound unbiased to you? Many of you are upset that someone who attempted to destroy our democracy was invited to sit on a stage in front of a crowd of Republicans. Really? Are you? That is supposed to be the neutral stance? This from the left is supposed to be fair and balanced. It's even keel. This is the middle of America saying that you're accusing him of things he didn't do, that he hasn't even been indicted on any of these things, let alone been convicted of any of these things. In front of a crowd, and he's a candidate, of course he should be in front of a crowd, answering questions, letting the public know, spewing lie after lie after lie, which he doesn't acknowledge any of the lies. And doesn't acknowledge that CNN was lying on that stage, that they were making up numbers on that stage, and that they were being caught. I mean, think about it. Trump actually pulled out the timeline. And like Jason mentioned, pulled out the timeline and said, hey, here's when I said this. By the way, it was deleted by the left. The only reason you don't see it, you can't look it up right now, is because the left deleted it. They hid it from the public. And that really upsets me. Not that there's a political opinion out there. Fantastic. Look at the evidence. You can listen to what I'm saying. You can listen to what Anderson Cooper's saying, and you can make up your own mind. That's fine. Those are opinions. Those are feelings. Where's the substance behind that? The substance behind the left telling you that Trump is evil, that this was a failure, is they don't like Trump. And that's not a sufficient answer. Yes, John says that Anderson Cooper is just voicing the problem of many people in CNN saying they want to be as far left as possible, and the ownership of CNN is saying, get to the middle. Stop being partisan. Stop with the bias. But I just want them to be honest with their bias. Just say, I am biased. I'm a Republican conservative. I admit my bias all the time. That's why I'm not trying to convince anyone to be a Republican or a conservative. I'm not telling you to vote for Republicans or conservatives or libertarians. I'm not telling you who to vote for. I'm trying to deal with the issues and saying, hey, this is what they are hiding from you. Here's the evidence and here's the information that is critical to you. You may not agree with my conclusion about that evidence, but here it is so you can see it, and let's have that conversation. Is their plan working? Illegal immigration isn't working. There is no one who can say this is a good plan. I know Secretary Mayorkas is coming up and he's trying to convince the American people immigration's fantastic. It's all handled. And as I showed you, they're trying to tell you, see, but it's not as bad as it was yesterday, so it's all good. That's ridiculous. And we're looking at all of our politics in that same way. It's not as bad as it was yesterday, so things are going great. The economy's fantastic. It's not as bad as it was yesterday. Oh, Donald Trump, you know what? Biden's not doing as bad today as he did yesterday, so it's all good. There's only 3 countries where Biden has abandoned Americans in a war zone. He didn't do that today, so things are pretty good. That's the logic that they are trying to convince you that you should believe in, as they lie to you and say, well, man, and by the way, nobody saw this. This was actually meaningless, except it's actually meaningful. It was supremely meaningful for CNN. They don't get ratings like this. People don't watch CNN. But it wasn't a big deal because no one saw it except everyone on CNN and more. John, who has the show, John Cordisco's Corner, says redirecting people's rage has always been a great tool, and taking their rage and redirecting it is an effective tool of politics. But that's why we need to call it out, because that's manipulation. That's emotional manipulation. And I don't care who is doing it, it's wrong, and I'm going to call it out. I know, less people are watching CNN now. Well, that's because, in part, Logic, you mentioned, why are less people watching CNN? Well, the far left audience they had are outraged. They're upset. And they were upset just because Trump showed up. Forget about what he said. They just hate Trump. They have TDS, Trump Derangement Syndrome. And just seeing Trump's face was enough for them to not watch CNN. They didn't actually hear anything he said. They don't care. It's just that he exists. So they pissed off those people, and then they pissed off people who are in the center and the right, the majority of Americans, because they were busy trying to interject propaganda into what was supposed to be a conversation for the public's benefit. Again, I say, the moderator failed. Not because the left is upset because the moderator didn't embarrass Trump. That's not your job as a moderator. I've done many, many interviews with people on the left, people who disagree with me. I have Democrats that I've done interviews with. I've done interviews with progressives, people who I do not agree with their ideology. And my job in every one of those interviews is not to embarrass them. It is to get information out, to talk about the issue. And if I think they are wrong, I can bring that up. And of course, I will give them a chance to answer it. But it's not, I'm going to attack you and make you look bad. That's why Democrats do take interviews on this channel. That's why I do get progressives and liberals to speak on this channel, because it's not about embarrassing you. It's about information and letting people make their own choice. But you're right, John. They are very special that they pissed off everyone. And the reason why they pissed off everyone is because they're standing for nothing except a political ideology, which is the one thing no one is watching CNN for. People don't watch the news to hear a political ideology. You may listen to political commentary for that. You may watch a clip for that. But people aren't going to the news to hear, here's my progressive idea. It's like, we don't care. I don't care about the progressive saying that, well, there should be no borders. I care about what's the impact of illegal aliens in our country and how it's affecting places like Broome County who are saying they can't deal with it. They are in a state of emergency. Think about that, folks. We are hearing counties that are saying they are pleading with their Democratic leaders and saying, do not punish us for your political ideology. Our communities cannot survive this. We don't have the infrastructure. We don't have the money. Don't give us these illegal aliens. Meanwhile, you have people like Eric Adams who's saying, oh, I can't handle this problem, but give me more. But keep the border open, keep the problem alive, and let me ship the problem out to everyone else. My God, this is stupid and insane. And they want you to believe that Biden is the bad guy, even though they want to ignore the fact that Hunter Biden has been using his dad to be able to, and I'm just trying to look for my note on it. Hang on. No, I can't find it now. Of course not. Oh, yeah. Here's the other thing they were saying. This is from the BBC. The Guardian. Also from the left. Stark warning over Republicans. It's dehumanizing. It's dehumanizing to say that they are illegal aliens. It's dehumanizing to say that crime is up. It's dehumanizing to say that all the problems in the world aren't American problems. That America isn't the source of all the problems. And to say that America is great is not a bad thing. Oh, yeah, that's dehumanizing. It's interesting to me that this is the way they want to phrase this. They want you to think, here it is. Look at the comment here. Experts say that Republicans' tough on crime approach for 2024 could spark a rise in violence and worsen the U.S. mass incarceration. They are worried, in The Guardian, on the left, they are worried that if you say a person is a criminal, that people might get arrested. That if you are tough on crime, people might get arrested and go to jail. This is from The Guardian today, May 14th. The links will be in the description after the show. Think about that. They are upset about enforcing the law. The left is angry that President Trump, Ron DeSantis, that the right is saying we need to enforce the laws that exist, which means deporting illegal aliens and arresting criminals and keeping them in jail, not a revolving door. And the left is trying to convince you, if you arrest somebody, if you deport them, they will commit more crime in America. That if you arrest someone and put them in jail and keep them in jail, that they will commit more crime. How in the world do you commit more crime if you are deported or you are in jail? How do you have a crime that you commit? The left doesn't make any sense. Yeah, I know I could do that. I can read it. But that's why I'm going to have the links. John's asking about making the articles larger. Once I'm done with the show, I will be uploading the links in the description of every page and everything that I'm showing, so people will be able to see that for themselves. And this way you can read it at your own leisure. But here's the thing that really, really gets to me, folks. Think about that. We are hearing from the left internationally, in the United Kingdom, in France. We are hearing around the world, they are saying, the problem is that you want to punish people for breaking the law. And they think somehow this is the whole purpose of social justice. This is the whole purpose of racial justice. This is the whole purpose of bail reform and defunding the police, is that somehow, if you let criminals commit crimes, there will be less crimes, which we have factually seen since 2020, since 2021, no, actually 2020 to today. That doesn't work. We have been watching bail reform in New York State since what, 2019? It doesn't work. We have seen every single example where we have been doing this now for years in the United States and around the world. You do not reduce crime by having a revolving door on your jails and not deporting illegal aliens. Francisco Oropesa is a great example. If we deported him and kept him out, if we didn't let him just re-enter multiple times, there would be 5 people, including a 9-year-old, that would be alive today. That is irrefutable. That is a direct result of an open border policy. It is an irrefutable fact that if we didn't have 16,000 illegal aliens in New York City that are getting we wouldn't spend $1 billion on them. And that would be money that we could put to, you want to feed kids? Fantastic. You want to go and have homeless people and build them housing? No problem. There's $1 billion that we wouldn't be spending on putting illegal aliens in hotels rather than deporting them. Yeah, Mike Bowie makes it clear. If they have to lie to prove their point, then you know that the point is invalid. And that's the problem. But it doesn't make sense to me. I mean, think about it. This is The Guardian that is making this case. The Guardian is saying this. Do you see that? The Guardian is saying that being tough on crime is going to increase violence. That you're going to have more crime because you're being tough on crime, that you are following the law. How can anyone with a straight face look at you and say, if we put this guy in jail because he's a violent criminal, then he's going to commit more crimes? Where? In jail? Where is he going to commit the crime? He's not going to be out in the public. If I deport this guy back to Angola or back to China or back to Venezuela, wherever they came from, and they are thousands of miles away from America, well, they're going to commit crimes in America. How? We just put them thousands of miles away. How are they committing crimes in America? They're in an entirely different country. Here comes John Cordisco says, come on, Mike. Who's going to mow our lawns and clean our toilets? According to Nancy Pelosi. Hey, Nancy, do it yourself. It's your job. It's your house. And if you want to hire someone, I got a neat idea. If there's a parent, not a birthing person, but a parent that has a kid that's a teenager, there's their first job. Come on over, do my lawn. I will pay you $20, mow my lawn. Like we used to do. We didn't need to hire illegal aliens. We had kids down the block who would run the lawnmower and do the lawns. It isn't that hard. I mean, it's like, I don't understand. Nancy Pelosi is ancient. You would think she would know this. But somehow she's thinking, oh, no, it doesn't exist. We've never been able to do this without illegal aliens. Timmy from down the block, when he wants to come on, I'm in upstate New York, we get snow every year. Often we get a lot of snow. That's not unusual. It's not global warming. It's called snow. It's called the climate. We're in upstate New York. And so when little Timmy comes on by with his shovel saying, I'll shovel your front yard, your driveway for $20, I don't need an illegal alien to do it. Timmy will do it. He's down the block. Mike Bowie asks, so where is Nancy Pelosi? She's hanging out with Kamala Harris. Basically, they're useless. The second you become ineffective or useless in the Democratic Party, especially if you're in the progressive wing of the Democratic Party, they toss you aside. It's now Hakeem Jeffries became Speaker. Nancy disappeared. No one talks about her anymore. No one cares. But, girl power, the power of women in politics. Yeah, she's been a voice for decades and decades. Don't we care? No, Democrats don't care. They cared about her because she was Speaker and she could say, I'm the woman Speaker. Isn't that great? Give me votes. She's no longer Speaker, so she can only get money and votes from California, apparently, and so they don't care. Tossed her back to San Francisco. Go and get Timmy. Give him $20 and he'll clean off the human feces off of your sidewalk. You don't need government and you don't need illegal aliens to do that. Dianne Feinstein, yeah. Dianne Feinstein for VP. Why not? She's like John Fetterman. They'll do the same kind of job. You won't see them. They'll vote Democrat, even though they're not there. They're useless people. It's like Kamala Harris. Useless. She has one job, to take care of the border. And we have 5.5, some people say 6 million illegal aliens entering this nation. We have 6 to 11,000 illegal aliens crossing our border per day. San Francisco is dying. Absolutely. So that's how effective these people are. It's really, really upsetting. And no one wants to be honest about it. Look, I'm not telling anyone, if you're on the left and you're watching this, I'm not telling you that you're supposed to feel good about this. I'm not telling you if you're on the right that we should feel good about the fact that they're failing. I'm absolutely upset because they're not listening to us. They are so obsessed with their political ideology, they aren't listening to us as we are telling them it's not working. It's like Disney. Disney's going to make a new Star Wars with Rey Palpatine. No one likes Rey Palpatine. No one likes Disney Star Wars. But they're like, no, but we're going to give you more of this Mary Sue because that's what they want. Kathleen Kennedy wants more Mary Sue characters in Star Wars. That's why they're making The Acolyte. Girl power, yay. Yeah, but no one wants to see these shows. The viewership is non-existent. You're losing. What did they lose? They lost billions of dollars. They've lost 6 million. In the last 2 quarters, they lost 6 million subscribers from Disney Plus. No one wants this crap. The left wants it. The left represents 2% of America, 7% of Democrats. They are a splinter. They want it. They're screaming at the top of their lungs they want it, and everyone else is calmly telling you, no, we don't want that. We don't want to put up illegal immigrants in hotels and spend $60,000 per illegal immigrant. My taxes don't need to go to that. We don't need to expand the government. We don't need to increase the debt ceiling. We need to decrease our spending. It is that simple. Shrink the government. John Cordisco says, that really pissed me off. They ruined Star Wars. Star Wars, yeah, you would have thought Star Wars was idiot-proof. And I know I don't talk about entertainment much, but, hey, I watch shows too. And yes, I was a fan of Star Wars. I can honestly say, since The Last Jedi, which I did not see, I saw the first 5 minutes of The Last Jedi, turned it off, and done. I have not seen anything from Disney since then. Oh, no, that's not true. That's not true. 3 days ago, I saw the episode 9, J.J. Abrams, what do they call it? The Rise of Skywalker. I did see that. I was really, really bored, maybe even a little drunk, and I was up at night, and I saw that for the first time 3 days ago. Otherwise, I don't watch Disney. I don't watch Disney Star Wars. It is dead to me. I will not pay for them. By the way, I was not watching it through any of their services that they would have got paid for, because I'm not giving them any money. They're not giving me quality content. They're not giving me characters I care about. They're not even giving me characters that I don't care about. They're just ruining it. Look, Mike Bowie, that they're trying to trans every character. They're race swapping every character that they can. They are changing the stories from things that people actually want to watch into crap that no one wants. It's bait and switch. They did it with Halo. They did it with The Witcher. They're doing it with Star Wars. They keep bait and switching characters, and it's Ben Kenobi. We're watching Kenobi, which is all about some character I've never heard of before, a black woman who's a Sith, but maybe she's a Jedi, and she's evil. She's killing children, chopping people's hands off. But guess what? She's the star of the show. She's redeemed because she said, I'm not a bad guy anymore. Are you kidding me? Really? That's your writing. That's their writing now. Willow. Let's bring back Willow because you loved Willow. And we've got the shorter actor in there, and you loved him, and that's fantastic. And the story is about some other chick that you've never seen before and her girlfriend, who are all super powered for no reason. Makes no sense. Who cares? It's about them. Bait and switch. And no one watches this crap because it's the same thing they're doing with the news. They're telling you, no. No one saw the CNN Trump debate with Trump versus CNN, because that's what it was. It wasn't a town hall. It was a debate. Trump versus CNN. That's what that was. We were watching Trump take on the mainstream media that hates his guts because he's honest with you and he's not playing politics. He's not dodging around questions. He's actually giving you answers. You may not like that answer, but he's giving you an answer. And the media hates that. They hate that. I mean, to go back to that, think about it. One of the questions that was asked by CNN was, okay, will you pardon January 6th, the people who have been arrested for January 6th, which we are told by the very same CNN and left-wing news media, they're all demons. They are all terrorists. They're trying to burn down America. There were 300,000 people that were at the Capitol. Not one of those people were named Donald Trump. Not one. Donald Trump, who had a discussion with 100, maybe 200,000 people before and during the start of the riot, of the fighting at the Capitol. Remember, the Capitol fighting started when he finished speaking. He wasn't even there. And some of those people are members of the far left. We know that for a fact. We've seen the investigations on that. And some people are Ray Epps, which would mean FBI. But going past that, so 300,000 people are there. The FBI is still trying to find out thousands of people's names and IDs for walking through an open door. There are thousands of people who walked through an open door, and the government wants to attack them for walking through a door that a police officer opened. Oh, but Mike, they broke some windows. Only some of them. Thousands more. More people walked through a door where a police officer opened the door and said, go on in. More people walked through that door than the doors that were locked and get broken. Now, the people who broke the law, fantastic, punish them. But when people were 93% of all people have been charged with trespassing. And CNN is upset that Trump said, I would pardon the majority of these people for trespassing. Trespassing. That's the extent of trying to destroy our country and to overtake it, is that of 2,000 people, some 1,700 people, actually 1,800 people, are charged with trespassing. That's the danger to America, trespassing. 300,000 people there, 2,000 people arrested, 1,800 people with trespassing. That's the threat to America, and they're upset that Trump is saying, I'm going to pardon trespassers. Effectively. That's what he effectively said. And that's the problem that CNN wants to look at. That's the problem that CNN wants to attack is, oh my God, he's going to pardon all the people who went into trespassing. Are you kidding me? This is the worst thing that they have to deal with. They don't want to talk about the fact that Hunter Biden has 400 charges and won't get charged with them. They won't talk about the fact that we have a laptop that shows the absolute influence peddling. They don't want to talk about the fact that there is money, millions of dollars that have been collected by the Biden and his son Hunter. They don't want to touch that. They don't want to talk about the fact that Hunter actually lied on a federal document and also disposed of a gun in the least safe manner possible, endangering children's lives. They don't want to talk about any of that, but they will tell you that if you are trespassing, you can't get a pardon. I think their priorities are out of whack. You don't have to agree with everything I've just said. Oh, well, actually, you can't disagree with it. Those are all factual statements. Everything I just said was factual. You can't disagree with it. You may not like it, but it's a fact. And we're being told by a small handful of politicians and the news media, no, you have to feel a certain way about it. I don't get it. John says, she says that Trump answered the question about January 6th very well. I thought so too, and I agreed with him. John also says that half of 1% went to the Capitol building. Sounds like mostly peaceful time. Yeah. Yes, Mike. And Mike mentions every question was a gotcha. Yeah, because it was a political agenda. It was a debate between CNN, the corporation, and President Trump. It wasn't about the public. This wasn't meant to be a public debate. This was, we want to punish you. We don't like you. That's all it is. It was bias on display. And they're upset because their bias didn't work. That's the only thing that they're upset about. The only thing they're upset about is they didn't win. They didn't get to make Trump look bad. That the audience was listening to him and his answers and the way that they were dealing with it. Think about it. If there was any disagreement about the fact that CNN was poisoning the debate, poisoning the town hall. When Trump said you're a very nasty person, the audience would have booed him. Hello, and thank you for calling into No Soundbites Allowed. I'm your host, Michael Voss, and may I ask, what's your first name?
Mr. Mike, what's going on?
Hey, John, what's going on?
My voice a little scratchy this last couple of weeks. My allergies are kicking my behind, but other than that, I'm okay.
Well, that's good. Allergies, I've never had any, but...
Oh, God, I had them my whole life. I took shots for 5 years as a kid.
Sounds bad.
Oh, every week for almost 5 years. So it was pretty... Anyway, enough of my personal burdens. I've just been listening to the show, and I think it was in part that CNN town hall. I want to talk about that.
Okay.
I wonder, what's the guy's name? Litch? That's head CNN now? Something like that?
Litch. The new guy. Yes, the new CEO.
I think this was coordinated with the Trump people as a kind of a, I wouldn't call it a power play, but we'll call it trying to weed out the ultra TDS people, Trump derangement people, to try to make the network more credible. And I think the outrage that the CNN people are showing, Anderson Cooper in particular, aren't really outraged at Trump. They're outraged that CNN allowed him to go on the air. I think it's an internal battle that's going on.
Well, I think there's two groups that we're talking about that happen to inhabit, three groups that inhabit CNN. You've got the CEO and maybe a small group of other people who want to get back to centrist talk about the news. Be in the center, just tell the news. You've got a faction that are where there's the TDS, the people that just hate Trump's existence. And then you have people that might be more like Anderson, who doesn't like Trump, but more importantly, he wants to keep going on the far left propaganda stream. And
Right.
so you have those three groups that are fighting, and generally two of them, the ones that hate Trump and the ones that want more propaganda, are usually aligned.
I think it's part and parcel with we'll call it the cable news media in general, because
Yeah.
there's internal battles going on with Fox now.
I think all the media's got elements of
Yeah,
those three groups.
I
Yeah.
think they're on this trajectory that they see. I always compare it to the mainstream media as the dinosaurs and the asteroid is coming,
Yeah, very much
and they
so.
don't know what to do.
Well, they don't know how to stream. They don't understand what I'm doing here. What I do, Steven Crowder, Ben Shapiro, Anthony
Well,
Blake Logan.
it makes them crazy. Guys like Joe Rogan, Tim Pool, and others have such these huge audiences, and they're just stymied by the fact that how could that happen? We're the bastion of information and news in the country, and how could this have happened? And why are we on the short end of the stick? And they just don't get it. Things have changed, and like the dinosaurs, they're extinct.
I think, well, it's the natural progression. If we have an instantaneous media, we have an open media, which is what the internet is supposed to be. That was ideally what it was supposed to be. They don't know how to work in that environment. They don't know how to work with competition.
Yeah, they still think that water conchite is the way to go.
Yeah, they think they can dictate to the public the media they want us to have, whereas people are going, but I actually read the article, or I was at the event. I actually have the extra 2 minutes before the edit that you showed that changes the context. And they've never had that before.
That's what makes them crazy on Twitter. Even though I'm a big fan of Elon Musk, he doesn't do everything perfect, but that community, I can't even call it a community questionnaire or something. When somebody posts something that's absolutely nonsense, there's always a post right below it that explains it in context. Oh, that makes them crazy. Like the teachers union head was talking about, she didn't do this and she didn't do that, and then it says community, I forget what they call it, but basically calls them on it and says, well, here are the facts in this particular instance. She's not being totally truthful. Here's what really happened. And they've never had that before.
Well, I've shown it on the show before, and you can find it There is an extended video, as an example, talking about January 6th and talking about this kind of scenario, where we had it was, oh God,
Community notes. That's it. Dale had it there. They call it community notes.
they have community notes. But, the media's having to deal with the fact that Ashley Babbitt, they have the edit that's out. And this is what they're used to on Twitter, on most of the media. It's like they're showing just when she gets shot, that moment, that minute. What they don't show is the 2 minutes beforehand, and the fact that people don't realize and don't see that there were 6 officers standing in front of the crowd that was peaceful, that those officers were told to leave because they had control of the room. They left, and then she got shot, which makes it even more of a crime. And yeah, I agree with him. That officer was a protected thug.
Did you hear what Anderson Cooper said when Trump called that officer that shot Ashley Babbitt
A thug. Because he's black. He's a black officer. Who cares?
No, he's repeatedly called black people thugs over time.
Yeah, but here's my thing. I don't care. He is a thug. When that officer, he didn't have to kill her. Even if he shot her, which he didn't need to do because there were 6 officers in the extended video.
Yeah,
It's
I saw it,
Yeah, 3-minute video. There were 6 officers standing between the crowd and that door. They were told to leave. They had M4s and body armor, and they walked around the corner. That's how they got into the room that quickly.
Here's the other thing that I noticed. It wasn't what they said, it's what they didn't say. During the course of that discussion when Ashley Babbitt got shot during the town hall, they didn't use the talking point. I was really surprised. Maybe they backed off from it. That police officers were killed due to the riot.
No.
They didn't say that at all.
No, what they're saying now, in most of the media is, and when they're trying to refute him about the January 6th pardons, what they're saying is, well, 5 people died. Several people died. Over and over, several people died. 5 people died. They don't want to go into...
They didn't mention that during the town hall, though.
Not during the town hall, but in
I was surprised. That surprised me.
Well, it's because when they say that, then comes the answer, yes, killed by Capitol Police. Every single one of them were killed either directly or as a complication of the Capitol Police. The young woman who was getting beaten while she was unconscious and laying on the ground, that was a Capitol Police officer that killed her. Everyone who died was because of Capitol Police. Not one person died because of the crowd. And that's they don't want that because that changes the argument.
There was a guy, I think they had a stroke or a heart attack that was part of the people walking through the door. And it's just a coincidence. When you have that many people, things are going to happen.
It wasn't a coincidence. See, what happened, and again, there's extended video, he was pepper sprayed.
Oh, okay.
He was pepper sprayed, pretty strongly pepper sprayed, just before he had the heart attack.
Oh, I got you.
And then he died.
Yeah.
But
even still,
yeah,
I'm really surprised that CNN, if they're going to lie, do it right. I mean, lie all the way. They pulled that back, and I was a little surprised that they did. I think what it is, though, is Trump was right there, and they had a room full of supposedly Republican voters.
Which I don't believe, but okay.
Yeah, in a way, the way the clapping wasn't such. I mean, it wasn't a hostile crowd.
No, it wasn't a hostile crowd. I don't know if it was...
You could tell. They kept panning in the crowd when some people were clapping and many people weren't. They made sure that they showed those clips. All right, I get it. It's TV.
Yeah, and I think the independents weren't necessarily independent, but fair enough. He had a mixed crowd. That's fine. I'm not upset about that. I'm upset about the fact that they were so insistent in trying to push a message. And when he answered them, and let's give Trump credit in that, unlike most politicians, he gave an answer. Whether people liked it or not, he gave an answer. Not always the best answer, but an answer.
Yeah, the first 10, 15 minutes, he was fumbling a little bit on the, I can't say anything on the air here about what happened in the
Sexual
2020
defamation. The defamation and sexual abuse.
Have you seen the new that lady that won the defamation suit, $5 million? Did you see the old Twitter post that she made come up?
E. Jean Carroll has a lot of issues with her story. But
no, did you see the new one that come up?
No.
She said on a Twitter post, "It's difficult." I'm paraphrasing. it's difficult to choose. This is back in 2012.
Mm-hmm.
It's difficult to find what show to watch on Sundays because there's so many good ones. I'm a huge fan of The Apprentice.
Yeah.
And they got it. They can't. They're trying to get rid of it. It was too late. They already have, the screenshot. And they can't
Right.
talk it away. That actually happened.
But that whole case, which was mostly about defamation, because the definition of sexual abuse was that if you kiss someone on the cheek, that is sexual abuse. Saying something to someone, saying that they're pretty, is sexual abuse, according to the
In the
definition.
extreme, yeah. In the extreme, yeah.
It's as broad as you can make it. But
Well,
that whole
what I'm trying to say is that it's amazing how this was found after the fact, which I find fascinating.
Well, because they didn't care. This wasn't, the trial wasn't about whether or not Trump was guilty or innocent. He was already guilty. It was about the media having the ability to say, see, you're a bad guy, and we always knew you were a bad guy, which has nothing to do with, and they're saying it about him personally, not politically.
And Trump being Trump, he mentions the fact that she called her husband an ape who was black, and she had a funny name for one of her pets, and that's just Trump being Trump, and it worked beautifully.
Well, it did. But I think the big failure is people weren't there for Trump, the guy standing next to me on the train. They were there for Trump, a political leader. They wanted to hear his political answers, not, don't you hate this guy? You don't want to have a beer with this guy. Who cares? I don't want to have a beer.
I would love to sit down and have dinner with Trump. That would be fascinating.
Well, here's my thing. But that doesn't change whether or not he's a good leader. Some people would like to hang out with him. Some people wouldn't. And I don't care.
No, I would be in a positive note. I would love to pick his brain on things, off the record. It would be interesting. Like they always ask you if in history, who would you like to sit down with? I would love to have dinner with Abraham Lincoln. I would love to pick his brain, stuff like that. It's just a...
No, I understand. I understand your point. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm not trying to take away from that. I'm saying for a town hall, that's not the purpose. It's not about whether you like him or not.
I think the producers, the higher ups, in we'll call them the board or whoever's really 5 or 6 people that are really in charge of CNN, I think they got exactly what they wanted.
Oh, yeah. They wanted people to talk about this. They just wanted the ratings.
They got exactly what they wanted. They had their talking heads on every single show. We'll talk about it for the next 2 to 3, 4 weeks. They'll fill in slots. They've got a ton now of edited clips. They got exactly what they wanted, and Trump got exactly what they wanted. Everybody made out in this one, to tell you the truth, as far as their perspective goes.
Except for the moderator. She lost.
Well, yeah, but she's expendable. They don't care about her.
Well, yeah.
If they can get rid of Tucker Carlson, who's safe?
Well, yeah, and she was the least important person in that room. So they really didn't care.
I hate to use the term, but it's an old school term. She looked like a bimbo.
Well, yeah, she's like a witch, except spelled with a B. And that's how she came off.
I even said in one of my videos, I said, usually I don't have to do personal attacks on figures like this when I was going over the video on my channel. And I said, I don't mean to be mean, but who the hell would like to wake up in the morning to that? My God. And I usually don't make attacks on personal people like that, but she's just...
Yeah, but to be
fair... But they knew that going in. That's why they picked her.
She was unappealing, and that's why... And it came across, like I was saying just before you called in, if Trump had overstepped the bounds, if he was just being rude for the sake of being rude, when he called her a nasty woman, the crowd reacted in agreement. She was being nasty because she was being a nasty, wicked person, because it wasn't about politics. It was about shifting personality.
It's funny when you make negotiations like Trump has his whole life. This town hall was a win-win. It was a win for Trump, and it was a win for CNN executives. Yeah. Everybody won.
Yeah.
And that's a great negotiation tool. That's probably why Trump did it. He knew exactly, they were doing it for their own benefit, just like any other.
Of course.
When you and I are doing, we'll say we're negotiating with somebody on something, and both of us end up winning. That's great negotiations.
Yeah, everyone wins, and everyone got what they wanted out of this.
Yeah.
But I'm not upset about that. I'm upset about the way the spin, which is, I understand why the news media is doing it. It's why I'm talking about it. Is there's
Because
a
at the
spin?
beginning, I questioned Trump's judgment and his people for doing it, and as time went on, I noticed, okay, maybe they're, maybe they're dumb like a fox. You know what I mean?
Well, I was concerned because you knew they were going to come after him about defamation. You knew that. And I'm like, they're going to try and hang that on him, and that's going to be the whole conversation. No, he answered, he went, but he did. But then again, I was thinking most politicians would try and answer it without answering it. They try to walk around it. No, he went right into it and said, okay, this is
No,
exactly what
I always use the example with Trump, the girlfriend or wife in the dress. You're sitting there watching TV, reading the paper in your living room, or your girlfriend or wife stands in the doorway and says, "Does this dress make me look fat?"
yeah.
Now, if you're most boyfriends or husbands will go, "Well, I don't like the color on you," blah blah blah. Trump would say, "Hell yeah, it makes you look fat. Take it off." Now, here's the weird part: he's lying and he's the a-hole, but he's the good guy. But the guy telling the truth is the a-hole, and that's Trump. And it's always been that way, and that's why I admire him.
Yeah, that's why he has an appeal. But,
Yeah.
it's, again, this really wasn't about Trump. It's honestly, in looking at it, it's the fallout is showing us the bias. And that's important because if the bias exists in this to this degree, what about everything else? Look at all
Right.
the things I've been talking about today.
I think CNN, not that they had any credibility left,
No.
but they might have had some credibility with a certain segment of people in the United States, and I think that got smashed pretty good.
No, for their reforming, trying to redo themselves and reimagine themselves.
I don't mean the TDS people.
No,
I
no.
mean,
I mean
there's
with
some, yeah.
the real majority of Americans, the middle of America. They could have
Because
Go ahead.
the vast majority of people that were watching the town hall are not going to see it live. They're going to draw opinions based on the edited versions of CNN and other content creators, and Fox especially, and some of the mainstream media are going to take some of those clips to use to their advantage. There's probably 20, 30 million people that have seen the clips by now.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I definitely would say so, but not who have seen the actual. I'd say 3 million, 4 million,
Especially
people who've seen
younger
the full thing.
people. Younger people, they like to be entertained, and they say, "Oh yeah, they got some clips on Trump. Let's watch it."
Right,
And those are people that would never watch anyway at all, but they heard it was really funny and Trump was awesome, and they watched the clip. And those are people they've never really can contact before politically, and they are now.
Yeah, but those clips are edited, so depending on which clip they're seeing, it's the bias is going one way or another.
But it's entertainment,
And it shouldn't be. Politics
and
is
that's how they got in. And I don't know. I think everybody won. I mean, nobody lost in that one except for the girl. Who cares?
Yeah, I don't. Well, no, because it's creating a bigger partisan divide. Mind you, it's with the 7% of, 2% of the far left, the progressives and Antifa types. Yeah, there's a bigger divide with them. But that's the problem. It's still, it's increasing the divide.
Yeah, Trump's people thought it was probably a roll of the dice, and they won.
Well, they don't care about the progressives that have distanced themselves because they were never going to get them anyway. But my thing is, for CNN and for America, the problem is you're creating more of a division and faction where we already have division and factions that are not helping us solve things like the illegal immigrant crisis, like the questions about gun control, like what's happening around the world.
Don't want to bring up anything bad to happen in the country, and I want that to happen. But if you look at history through the 1800s, especially the 1820 through about 1860, we kicked the can down the road on divisive issue that split the country. And we
Slavery.
kicked the can down the road, and we kicked the can down the road, and we kicked the can down the road, and eventually couldn't do it anymore, and it exploded. And this may be a similar instance.
Yeah, I think that's
I don't know. Maybe the hot topic is abortion. Maybe the hot topic is something else. But the divide is splitting, and maybe that's a good thing in the end because things always seem to work themselves out.
Yes.
It might be messy, and it might be horrible, like the Civil War was horrible.
Yeah.
if you put today's numbers in population-wise, 6 million people died. It's 10 times. So, the horrible things will happen, but it made us what we are today, and I mean that in a good way.
No, I get that, and I can.
So these
agree.
things are inevitable. So let the split get wider and wider and wider, and eventually one side will prevail. I think usually the good side. In our history, it's always been the good side. So we're going to have to see how that works out. So maybe this divide isn't so bad as people make out. It's an inevitable thing that happens in culture.
Whenever you have these divisions, they have to get resolved. They have to.
They get resolved. Oh, yeah.
And I think that's the good thing, is that it's going to get resolved. We're getting closer to that resolution.
Yep.
But I think for people to decide what they're going to do about that resolution.
But it's always incredibly messy, and people hate mess.
Well, yeah, but people have to understand, or at least understand enough to pick a side. And that's the part I want people to get, is to make an honest decision.
It's funny. I did 8 years in the city council here locally, as you know, and I said one time we were arguing over something, I forget what it was, that was fairly contentious. And I said, here's the deal. 30 of you guys are for this, 30 of you guys are against it, and 30 of you guys could care less either way. And the way it works is when it's something important, something big, if you don't pick a side, someone will pick the side for you, and it's very rarely the side you would have picked.
True.
And everybody looked at me like I was stupid.
No, it's true.
It's true.
Yeah.
The Revolutionary War is a perfect example. A third could have cared less, want to be left alone. A third was loyal to the crown, and a third were rebels. And that third that could care less went through hell.
No,
got to pick a side.
Yeah, I think is it Taoism? Or Buddhism, that says that there's 3 decisions you can always make: yes, no, or no decision at all, which is a decision in itself because it's still getting an outcome. It's still going to be a result.
Yeah, but I'm a little bit older, so I see things different than the young people. I see people for what they are in these cycles, and not just our culture, but any culture in the world. We go through this. And we're going to see over time what Dan Bongino calls parallel economy. That's starting to come up now, where the conservatives are doing their own economic stuff. And one side's going to win. And eventually, and the good side will win. But how much damage is going to be caused until then, that's a different issue.
That's a very different one. Let me ask you this. Are you familiar with this guy called Vivek Ramaswamy, excuse me?
You mean the guy that's running for president?
Yeah. Okay. So you've heard of him?
Oh, yeah. I've listened to a lot of his talks. He's actually a sharp guy.
Okay. So before I ask my question, for the audience, if you're not familiar, there's a gentleman named Vivek Ramaswamy who is running for the Republican presidential nomination. He's very young, new guy, and he has a lot of ideas. Some would call him a very far-right candidate, some wouldn't. He's very unique and different. He's got a lot to say. But one of the things that
I don't know if he's far-right. I think he's
that's how he's described. I'm not saying that he is.
Because everybody else has gone so far left. I don't think he's read it all, but that's a different issue.
Right, but this is the way he's described by the mainstream media.
Right.
And so, but he is Republican, I'll give him that. And
he's sharp.
Yeah, he is. But he just came up with a new thing. I don't know if you saw this. It was yesterday that he's proposing to raise the age to vote
25,
to 25. Or, and this is the important part, or you have to serve at least 6 months in the military or as a first responder. Now,
what's that TV show that does that? I forget. It's a space show that citizenship. I forgot the term that they use. In other words, you've got a.
It's not a TV show. It's a movie. It's based on the book Starship Troopers by Robert Heinlein.
Starship Troopers. That's it. Citizenship. I forget how the term goes. That's basically what he's saying.
Citizenship equals service equals citizenship. That's the term. It's from Robert Heinlein, in the book
And that's
Starship
basically
Troopers.
what he's saying in a roundabout way.
See, and that's what I thought when I saw this and when I was thinking about it. I was like,
That's the first thing I thought of when I said that.
instantly, it's like, wait a minute. So you're saying service equals citizenship. You're talking
Right.
Starship Troopers. But I actually, in reading that book, Service Guarantees, sorry, not equals, but guarantees citizenship. And here's the thing. The book, written by Robert Heinlein, in response to what he was seeing in terms of communism around the world, his answer was the book Starship Troopers, which is made into a movie, which is, some say, satirical, but at its core, I think that's not a bad thing.
No, it's not. What it does is, in a way, it's a different version of the old days when you couldn't vote if you didn't own property. Being that you had some skin in the game.
Exactly. You are involved. It guarantees that you are forever, forever involved in the community, in politics and national politics.
We'll use it for taxes, for example. The bottom 57% of people that work pay zero net federal taxes. That's net if you put them all together. Now they were saying, well, let's tax the lower income people $20. They got to have some skin in the game. You got to have, even if it's only $20, even if it's only 50 cents a week, it comes out when they go to pay their taxes. They got to pay that rather than get money back or zero. They got to have some skin in the game. It's really the same type thought process.
But it's important, and it's being highlighted in the comments, and I just want to say it again, that it's not just military service. Just to be clear, in case we ran past it, people missed it. He's saying that this is for not just military service, as I highlighted, and you can see in the video. It's 6 months of service, or as a first responder, that you have to be involved in the government to then be able to vote. Or you have to wait until you're 25 and therefore gain the discipline, the knowledge, and the maturity to be able to vote. I like it, but there's one problem I have with it.
What's that?
You are a legal adult at 18. It violates your legal adult at 18. If he said at 18, I'd say I agree with it. I don't agree that he's waiting until 25. 18. You can't say I'm a legal adult, but I'm restricted from doing things legal adults can do.
Democrats do it all the time.
And I don't agree with Democrats at all. That's all. I was talking about that earlier in the show. They're 8-year-olds to chop off genitals and such.
In the purest sense, I understand what you're saying, but you got to remember something too. When a lot of our Constitution and up through the first 100 years of our country, people in general, men especially, were much mature at much younger age. When you were 20 years old 100 years ago, you were married and had 3 kids already. You were already mature. You already had skin in the game. You had children. You had a job. You were a part of society. Today, that's not true.
True. I agree.
So your maturity is now advanced up in age. And I think that's part of what he's saying indirectly.
I think it is about maturity, and I understand his reasoning. I'm not against it. Again, I like the concept. I agreed with it with Robert Heinlein. I agree with it where he's saying this, that you need to have a direct contribution, be directly involved, and have the maturity, the discipline, the understanding of the issues to be able to vote.
I call it skin in the game. The same thing.
Same thing. And you have to, because instead we get people like what we're getting now, who are just programmed, and they saw a 30-second ad and they go, okay, yeah, that ad is good, I'll vote for them. You can't do that, because look at what we get for it. I mean, that's the world we have right now, is because people go and vote for 30 seconds. They see an ad and they go, okay, I'll vote for that. Or they re-elect Dianne Feinstein for the 10 millionth time, even as she's in a wheelchair and, can't do anything. Or John Fetterman, who can't speak.
Oh, did you see some of the photos and the videos of her coming out with a wheelchair? Actually, I
Yeah.
felt bad for her. I felt bad.
I feel bad for her as a person. I feel bad that she's being abused and used this way, that they're hauling her around in this wheelchair. She obviously should be at home with her loved ones, enjoying the rest of her life, which doesn't look like it's going to be a lot longer. She doesn't look well.
That's carting her around in that shape cannot help their cause any.
No, and it's not helping her health any either. I think it's abusive. Just because of politics. But again, that's politics over people. That's the left. They don't care. They need her vote. They need her to be there so they can say, "Ah, see, you can't complain." And they want her to take on some of the tough issues so that you can't attack. Oh, you're attacking this 92-year-old woman in a wheelchair?
Yeah, it's 50-50. They don't have a choice.
Yeah.
They're in Fetterman. They got to parade them around. They don't have a choice.
Right. But it's abuse. It is taking advantage of these people who are medically not in a condition that they should be there. But and that's why and that's why I like what Vivek Ramaswamy is saying, because it takes that out. It stops that from happening. It's like, no.
Oh my God. I just had a horrible thought.
What?
Oh my God. I hope this isn't going to happen.
What?
Gavin Newsom gets appointed in her spot. Oh my God.
You know, I hadn't thought about that.
I hadn't thought about that till just now.
I had not thought about that. That is possible.
I mean, that's a perfect escape for him from California to go into Washington where he wants to be anyway.
And it takes pressure off of Biden. It gives him
Holy crap.
it gives him an opening because he can win.
It just dawned on me just now.
Yeah, as a senator, he'd be able to win as but no. But Schiff. Well, here's the problem with that. Adam Schiff, who is a representative in Congress right now.
He wanted Kamala Harris's seat, and they screwed him out of it, and he was mad. That's why he did all that stuff for Trump.
I know he's mad, but Adam Schiff is running for Dianne Feinstein's seat to replace her.
Right.
So if you put in Newsom, he becomes senator, but then he's going to be going head to head against Schiff. So the question is, do you like Schiff more or do you like Newsom more? I think Newsom wins that. But it puts a battle.
Gavin Newsom's got to have an escape plan out of California, where he can still, what he thinks is still credibility. He can get out of the mess that he created by going to the Senate.
No, it makes sense. That is a logical fear.
Oh man, I just thought of that. Of course, I have an evil mind anyway, but
that is a terrifying thought, but
it's logical.
No, it makes perfect sense. In terms of politics, yeah, I could see it. But it's only negative.
I do have to say though, he has stage presence, he has charisma. I'll give him that, and that's a lot to do with a lot of that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and
being in the Senate, he gets away from the stuff in California, and he gets the attention of the mainstream media and the Washington people, which he wants to be an insider desperately.
Yeah, but that only works if they have given up on Adam Schiff and they're willing to toss him away.
Adam Schiff is damaged goods. He destroyed himself to go after Trump. He's damaged goods.
I think so, but the question is...
I think so.
The question is...
He's got the personality of an egg.
Well, yes. A rotten
he's
egg.
A horrible public speaker.
Yes.
I mean, Trump calls him pencil neck.
Accurately.
I actually tell you the truth. You mentioned Gavin Newsom in front of Trump. Trump speaks highly of him.
He's a better challenger. He's a fight. That's a fight that you could have. Him or DeSantis.
I like that one. Somebody put on there, it's an insult to eggs.
Yeah,
that was my grandmother saying, you got a personality of an egg. That was my grandmother's old saying. But yeah, I just thought of that. Oh my gosh.
I hadn't, no one's talked about that. So that is interesting. And I
think that makes perfect sense.
It's an interesting question. I'd love to hear from my California people.
Yeah, they get another 10. But my buddy just came in from Temecula. Him and I grew up together. We spent the day at Cooperstown at the Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
I encourage anybody to go up there. It's a cool place. We live less than 2 hours away, an hour and a half away from Cooperstown. You should spend some time there. It's a cool place. But anyway, Yeah, I mean, he lives right by San Diego. It's a little more conservative area, California,
Yeah,
Temecula,
been there.
and we talk all the time, about stuff, and it's just, yeah, perfect. He just announced they screwed up their budget in California,
Oh
and they have
yeah.
another $10 billion shortfall that they didn't know was there. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, they didn't think they
Like
get
it took them
caught.
by surprise. When they added all the numbers up, well, we're $10 billion off. Oh, really?
Yeah, that's because they didn't expect to get caught. That's why.
He wants to get the hell out of Sacramento.
Yeah.
Oh no, I think I started something now.
No, no. You know what? That's a conversation we should have. Maybe
Yeah.
somebody will clip this and put it around. We'll get some words
Oh,
on
I
it.
hope so. I mean, I might even do a video on it. Now, that's interesting.
Yeah, do a clip.
I don't know why I come up with this evil. I don't know why I come up with this evil stuff.
It's a good question, and it should be asked because
But anyway,
it could happen.
well, I'm at a positive note. I'll let somebody else call in that wants to call in. But yeah, the Indian guy there, I can't pronounce his name. He's
Vivek
absolutely
Ramaswamy.
right.
Vivek
He's
Ramaswamy.
absolutely right. And she doesn't rag Trump at all.
No, no.
He doesn't badmouth him, period. And here's the thing. We have so many people that don't have skin in the game, and I don't mean just financially, but I mean culturally, community-wise, that we need to go back to.
Yeah, he's not looking to win. He's looking to be on the team. He wants to
Yeah.
be in.
Oh,
he
that's
wants to
okay.
be in the. That's what I think he's doing. Is
He's an amazing public speaker, and he's really sharp. So those are two boxes that Kamala doesn't have. That's for sure.
that's for sure.
I mean, my God, what was the guy that used to? I saw a clip the other day of her when she was younger. Who was the black guy that had the talk show? She dated him for a while, and he was introducing her around. Hi, this is Kamala Harris.
Montel Williams.
Montel Williams, yeah.
Marine.
I actually liked him.
Well, yeah, he was a Marine.
Yeah, I actually liked him, but it shows on her and Montel. I thought of, see, some of you younger people that have no clue what we're talking about.
No, they don't. But Montel Williams, good guy, good message.
Yep.
Nice Marine, and that's why he dumped her.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, he caught on to her quick. But anyway, though, so spread the word. Gavin Newsom for senator.
No. I'm going to follow up. I'm definitely going to follow up on that one.
My PBS voice. Gavin Newsom for senator.
Yeah.
All right, dude.
All right.
Well, have a good day.
Thank you, John.
All right. Bye.
Bye. So, folks, just like you've seen with Jason, and now you've heard John call in, you too can call in from anywhere in the world. You don't have to agree with me. Not everyone does. We can have the discussion, and it'll be friendly. It'll be respectful. As long as you're respectful, don't tell me I'm old. Don't tell me you hate me. Don't tell me I'm some demon. I don't care about that crap. If you want to have a conversation about policy, about the things that are affecting us, let's have that conversation. I think John had a great question there. What if Gavin Newsom replaces Dianne Feinstein to get the senator seat? Does he take that and try and use that to leverage to get into the presidency in 2024? Does he go after it in 2028? Will they let that happen? Because Adam Schiff is trying to get that seat, who is even worse. Adam Schiff is horrible. He's a horrible choice. But is that how California will go? That's a really good question. And how will that affect the Senate? How will that affect our lives? Think about it. Gavin Newsom's the guy who can't balance a checkbook. We got $10 billion more debt in California out of the blue just because he just keeps spending money. And this is the guy you want to be voting on our economy, the debt ceiling, the national debt, our spending. Do you want that guy to be in the Senate? Will California say yes to that? That's a big question. It really makes it challenging. And I'd love to hear people what you think about that. Because I think Gavin Newsom's just horrible. He's a horrible choice. Let me see. Give me a second. I want to pull this up. Mm-hmm. So, just looking at the news, the reparations failed under Gavin Newsom. Oh, let's swap out the E. I always put the E in. the reparations failed, and there's $32 billion budget deficit, $10 billion more. He was already going to lose $22 billion for California. Now he's going to lose an extra $10 billion. He spent $10 billion and no one noticed. And who knew? Gee, how much of that was on illegal aliens, you think? And imagine that this guy is the guy who says, yeah, I want to be in the Senate. I mean, he's the one who's saying that Congress is dumb about immigration. He lost $10 billion. Here it is. From Bloomberg News, California's Newsom slams Congress for dumb immigration policy. This is a guy who's telling people their policies are dumb. He lost $10 billion. He spent $10 billion, doesn't know how he did it, didn't know where it was. How can you turn around and tell anyone else they're dumb when we're not talking about $10 out my pocket, $10 billion. It was 50% more on the California state budget. Deficit, excuse me, not the budget, the deficit. He outspent 150%. This is insane. And he's going to say that Congress is dumb, but yet he wants to run for president, but yet he might, as John brought up just on the show just a moment ago, he could be a guy going for Senate. This is terrifying. Terrifying. Wow, he's such a bad choice. Such a bad choice. Such a bad politician on so many levels. There's also the guy who said, you can't go out of your house in California. He locked down California and then went out to a restaurant with a bunch of his buddies. People think I forget these things. I didn't forget. He wants you to forget. He wants you to forget that when you couldn't get out of your house in California, he was out on the town running around with his buddies, having meals at dinners at restaurants and having a nightlife. Because, you're not special like him. No, John brought up a great question. This is why we have these conversations. That's why I love having these conversations, whether it's on the text or whether it's people calling in to 607-242-9247 to hear what you guys have to say. Sometimes we learn. I learn every time. It's interesting to have these conversations. And let me come back to also Vivek Ramaswamy. Do you believe that service guarantees citizenship, or should it? It's something that Robert Heinlein believed. And before anyone starts with Starship Troopers, the movie, no. The movie didn't have a whole lot to do with the book. The book goes into it in much greater detail. And Robert Heinlein is a great writer, not like writers today. He actually can talk about things. He can explore an idea. He gets into the details of it. Read the book. Don't watch the movie. The movie's a joke. And it was meant to be a joke. Although I think it was actually better than they thought it was. It was more accurate in many ways than I think they thought it was. It wasn't as satirical as they thought it was. But I recommend read the book. Because it's actually a deep delve into this idea, because Robert Heinlein strongly believed and you should serve your country to be able to get the benefit of the country, because it's a mutual benefit. You're not just sitting on a couch getting a check. You're actually involved. You're actually doing something. You're actually paying attention to the details because it affects you. The audiobook would be good. Is it on YouTube? I don't know. User has been banned mentioned that the audiobook may be available on YouTube. That would be cool. But I think it's really important. And let's compare this. So you have one gentleman, a young man, Vivek Ramaswamy, who is busy saying that he's anti-woke. He thinks it's a civic duty. Voting is a civic duty. And you have to be involved. So that's his idea. And you compare him to, there's Gavin Newsom, who can't figure out how to balance his checkbook, which happens to be the checkbook for California. And he thinks everyone else is dumb for not agreeing with him when he can't do basic math. Look at that. And yet we're told in the news media that Ramaswamy is a bad guy, and we're told that Newsom is a good guy. Ramaswamy is far right. He's such an evil, bad guy. Gavin Newsom is screwing up California as we speak. He's a good guy. Do you see the bias there, folks? You don't have to like it. Maybe you're a Democrat or progressive, you're watching this and you've made it this far into the show, which I applaud you. Fantastic for you. But you don't have to like any of this, but tell me I'm wrong. Tell me how I'm wrong. Gavin Newsom is lauded by the news media and said, he's such a great guy. He can't do basic math. Ramaswamy is a bad guy, but he wants you to be involved in your government. This is where we've come to, folks. That being involved in your government, being part of making America great, which is not a negative statement. If you think make America great is a bad thing, there is something you are doing wrong in your life. Rethink that. Pull out a dictionary and pull out a thesaurus and look at those words. That's not negative. But yet we're told that's negative, and anyone who believes that is negative, and people who are actively destroying states and making the poor even more poor, that's a good thing. Because with an extra $10 billion just disappearing, you know what that means for California? Higher taxes. And if it's higher taxes in California, that's going to hurt the economy for the rest of the nation. It means people's jobs are going to be affected because businesses are going to close. People are going to become homeless. They're going to be unemployed. They need government services, whether it's unemployment checks or food stamps or anything else. Where's that money coming from? You. So the more that Gavin Newsom screws up, the worse it is for you. And that also affects the goods. If California can't buy stuff, well, that's going to affect all of the other rest of the world. These things are connected. But yet, the guy who's screwing up, who's making life demonstrably, this is something that is absolutely empirical. There is no debate. He has made things worse for California and for every person in California, and by extension, the United States and the world. He has made the economy worse. And he's supposed to be the good guy. Does that make any sense to you? Dow mentions that Tim Pool discussed the service guaranteeing citizenship in his Culture War podcast. I don't watch a lot of Tim Pool. I do watch people, and I watch him sometimes. I didn't see that. But that sounds like a really good issue, and I'd be interested in seeing that because it's a good question. And Vivek was the interviewee. Okay, I want to check that out. Because I think Vivek, what's his last name? I keep getting it wrong. Vivek Ramaswamy, I believe, isn't looking to be president. He's not looking to win. I don't think that's even close to what he has in his scope. I think he's looking to be a mover or shaker. He wants to be part of the administration. I think he wants to be one of the guys making policy, whether it's at a staff level or at a department level, kind of like how Dr. Ben Carson became Secretary of Housing. People get to be put into different seats. It's kind of why Pete Buttigieg is in charge of transportation. It's not because Pete Buttigieg is good at dealing with transportation. He's absolutely miserable. Look at Ohio, and you can see that for yourself. He doesn't know what he's doing. He wasn't meant to do anything serious. Pete Buttigieg was given the job because, he was running and they needed the votes. That's it. He was bought, essentially. And he was bought for his votes. But Vivek Ramaswamy, I think, is actually looking at, hey, I can actually make a difference. Here's ideas that I want to promote that will make America better. And I don't know, and I have yet to hear someone who can tell me why it's bad to have service guaranteed by citizenship. Okay, that's a conversation in between. So I don't know. It's an interesting conversation, and maybe it's the way to turn around the nation. Maybe it's the solution that we need to bring people to actually unite people. Because I can tell you, in my time in the Marine Corps, you know what united people? That we were all in the Marine Corps, that we all went through basic training together, because we were all doing the same job, that we had the same mission, that we lived together and we had to deal with the same situations. Not to say that there weren't conflicts. We had lots of fights. I had lots of fights when I was in the Marines. That happens. We have different people. We're still people. We still have different points of view. I've talked about in the past about one gentleman that I had a fight with because he was racist. Straight up racist. We worked through that. When he left the Marine Corps, he wasn't racist anymore, but he walked in being a racist, and we dealt with it. We had our little discussion about that. So it's not to say that people can't be individuals just because they're serving the country. Anyone who tells you that makes you an automaton, that makes you just a slave, they don't understand it. Because you can serve your country and be an individual, good, bad, or otherwise. But there is a core unity you have when you have the same purpose, when you have the same mission, when you have the same drive and goal, and when you have worked with other people, even beyond the fact that you have differences to get to that same goal. I think that's uniting. And remember, wasn't Joe Biden, he ran in 2019, wasn't it about uniting people? Didn't he get at least some of those, however many votes they say he got? Weren't they because he was trying to unite the nation? Isn't that what Ramaswamy is telling us now? It's interesting to me. It's very interesting to me, and I think it's a conversation we should have more. I think we should have this conversation. It's time, and I've always liked Starship Troopers. I like the movie. I like the message. I like Robert Heinlein. By the way, people who don't know who's Robert Heinlein, I keep mentioning him. He's a prolific writer. He's right up there with Isaac Asimov, doing mostly sci-fi types things. He takes current ideas and he projects them into the future and his different political views. He's somewhat political. You'll find him very interesting. And he's a very good writer. And he's so good, Blade Runner is based on his book, Do Electric Sheep Dream. Yeah, Do Electric Sheep Dream. That was his book. And that's where they get Blade Runner from. There's actually been many movies that have been made based on his books. He's a great writer. Nope, sorry. I'm confusing that with Philip K. Dick. Sorry, Philip K. Dick. Sometimes I get them both mixed up. But he's a good writer. You should check it out. User has been banned says, I don't think you can be racist for long in the military when you have the guy's butt in your hands and yours in his. Well, yeah, that's another unifying thing. I can only be so upset with you when we go into combat and you're going to save my life and I'm going to save your life. Not a whole lot of room in there for being a racist. There's not a whole lot of room for a whole lot of arguments. I mean, yeah, you have some, you took my last Pepsi or something stupid. Yeah, there's that stuff, but hardcore like, oh my God, you're evil. No, that stuff gets worked out real quick. That is in the military when I was in the military. Now in the modern drag queen, two moms, you're a sophomore, you're a cheerleader kind of military that Biden's trying to put in place. I don't know what those guys do. I could not imagine what kind of cupcakes they are and what they do. And that's why China's building a navy that's twice the size of the United States. Because they don't think that's a problem either. Yeah, the way it was, the way it is now, two different things. The book The Moon is a Harsh Mistress is a great book, says Dal. I haven't read that book, but it sounds interesting, and I know he's a good writer. Like Mona Lisa Overdrive. Why am I forgetting who wrote Mona Lisa Overdrive? I thought that was a fantastic book. That's funny. The foxhole will now be dubbed the Swoon Space. For those two moms. Yeah. Oh, God help me. God help me. Our military's in so much trouble. We so need to change this. Good. I'm glad User's Been Banned says that, yes, you can hear the audio books of various Robert Heinlein books. Please check that out. So, I've covered a lot of ground today. Wow, and we did it faster than I thought. We've only been on for 4 hours and 15 minutes. Not too bad. I do want to give people an opportunity before we do anything else. Let's go another 3-4 minutes here. I do want to say, if you have anything that you would like to talk about from anywhere in the world, whether you're UK or Canada, obviously my puppy is just making noise right now, but if you are from anywhere in the world and you disagree or you agree with anything we've said, I'd like to hear what you have to say. If you're an elected official, Republican, Democrat, Libertarian, I don't care, I'd be happy to hear what you have to say. If you're just a regular person, go ahead and ask. Mike Bowie is asking a question, though, and he goes, at the beginning of the show, I mentioned that, hang on one second. Stop. At the beginning of the show, I mentioned that in June or by June, I will be moving. That isn't a choice. I don't know where I'm moving. So where am I going to move to? Where will we be doing the show from? I don't know. I'm going to have to 95. I'm giving up 95% of everything I own, and so I'll be starting from scratch. Basically, I'll be starting from. I should have my computer, one of my computer screens, maybe a microphone, and everything else will be gone. So I'll start over. So I don't know. A friend says they want to help me out in North Carolina. I have some family that I'm talking to in New York City, but I don't plan to stay in New York City. Utah is interesting. Arizona is interesting. A couple places are interesting. Once I put some money together, I'll make a choice and go to somewhere. But not a lot of time. To be fair and to be direct with my audience, the consequences of the lockdowns and COVID, not getting a vaccine, being 55 years of age, being a public figure, especially in an area where people are not very vocal about their politics, and I am. I have a lot of political enemies, and that works out to being a lot of enemies that own businesses. This is no longer a economically feasible place for me to be. And as a result of that, a lot of people don't know. I've been out of work for 3 years. I haven't worked since 2020, when the lockdowns hit. Didn't get the jab. I didn't get the jab, and so wasn't working then. I've been living off of my savings as best as I can. That obviously means bills piled up, bad choices, a couple of bad investments, and starting from scratch. So, that's just the way it works out. But I will keep doing this show as long as I can. And I will continue to keep doing it every Sunday in some way, shape, or form going forward, every Sunday at 2:30 p.m. So I hope that answers your question there. Life happens, 55. It's not I've been through worse. It's not like sleeping in a crack house again. That was not a pleasant feeling. Sleeping on the street steps, not a pleasant feeling. What I'm going through now, compared to that, not so bad. Not fun, but not so bad. I've been through worse. Yeah, COVID really did kill the economy, and now we're having the other part of it. I mean, one of the other problems is people don't like to pay for intellectual property to talk about politics. If you work for a campaign, you get paid. If you are politically connected, you get paid. I mean, just think about Percoco. That just came out. Percoco, he just got absolved. He just got his, he's not innocent. He was guilty. He was proven guilty, but because of a loophole in the sentencing, he's now been absolved of his crime. He's been declared, well, not innocent, but he had a mistrial. Not the same thing, but that's a, New York State corruption. If you're corrupt and connected to, obviously, the left in New York's case, you get taken care of. If you're on the right, you go broke. Just the way it happens. But, I don't talk about it much. As you've seen, I really haven't brought it up in this channel because you deal with life and you keep going. You don't stop. You don't break down. You just keep going, keep going. I knew this was going to come up at some point in talking about the show, but all right. Yeah, Tennessee. Well, like I said, once I get some money, I'll figure out where I'm going to finally go. I'm going to have a short interim stay, and then I'll make the final choice. So we'll see. We'll see. It's going to be a very interesting rest of the year for me. But at least it'll be easy to move. I won't have anything to move, so that'll be good. But with that said, we've been on for 4:22. I'll give it 3 minutes. I'll give it 3 minutes for anyone to call in. Again, you can call in, ask anything you want. That's what the show's about. And including about me. Go right ahead and ask. I have no problem. That's why I'm here. Public figure, these things come out anyway. Come on. Ask anything you want. Call in. You got 3 minutes, folks. 2 minutes. We'll be on for 4 hours and 25 minutes. So basically, by the time I'm done with this cigarette, we're done. But by the way, the Percoco thing, Joe Percoco is the news media in New York State. For people who don't know, this was a guy who is a best friend of disgraced former Governor Andrew Cuomo. And Cuomo was giving him backdoor deals, was helping him out, was corrupt. It was part of the corruption of New York State. He got caught. The Buffalo Billions is the story, in case you want to look it up. He got busted spending billions of dollars wastefully, just making money off of the taxpayer. And he got convicted of it. Andrew Cuomo got let go. Andrew Cuomo, untouchable. He got away with it. He got away with 11 sexual assault cases. Fine. But Percoco went to jail, spent 6 years in jail, and now, after he's already served 6 years in jail, after he was already found guilty, all the evidence was there, now they went back to the Supreme Court and said, hey, there was an error in the way he was, the jury instructions. He was found guilty because people didn't know how to read the law. The judge gave him an out. And what wound up happening is now he's an innocent guy. Well, not innocent, but he's not guilty of the crime. It just goes to show you, corruption pays in Chicago, it pays in New York State. Horrible example of corruption. And the news media tried to clean up his record and say, see, he's innocent. He's always been innocent. Even though all the evidence said, yeah, he's guilty, he's innocent. No, he wasn't innocent. He was a criminal. He was abusing the public, along with Andrew Cuomo. But he got away with it. There's a difference. All right, folks. I always love being here with you. And as you know, we can be anywhere from 2 hours to 5 hours, sometimes 6 hours, talking about whatever it is that you guys love and want to talk about, and I enjoy it. I appreciate each and every one of you. That's why I come back every single Sunday at 2:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We've been doing it for over 5 years that we have been having this conversation with you, and we are going to continue to do that in the future, no matter where I wind up being. I want to thank you. I appreciate each and every one of you. For every mom that is out there, not birthing people. If you're a birthing person, you're on your own. I don't care. But every mom out there, I hope that you have a fantastic Mother's Day. I hope you get to enjoy good weather, good family, good friends, that your kids are taking care of you. I really hope the best for every mom. And I thank everyone in the audience for all the phone calls, for all the comments, and for all the views. Please like, share, subscribe. Really, it's the only thing I can ask you for, and the only thing that I ever do ask you for. Besides, if you want to, if you have it, I know the economy is bad. If you got an extra $1, got an extra 50 cents, you want to donate it, fantastic. I'm not Sean King. I'm not going to buy a $40,000 dog. And God help me, no one's trying to donate a couple $1 billion like they did to, a couple $1 million like they did to BLM. So I'm not buying a mansion. But it never hurts, folks. It never hurts. Every dollar, every dime. It always helps. But until the next time, I thank you. I wish you the best. I'll see you Sunday. And throughout the week, we, of course, will have other videos talking about so much that's happening. I love you all. You have a great day.